motion to dispense with the,
Mr. Speaker, I move that items number 2, 3, and 4 be waived.
on that motion, without objection, so ordered. Senator Tenorio? Is there anything else that's there?
You're doing roll call, are you not?
I'm going to in about 2 seconds here. I'm just asking you if there's anything else that's on there.
No, I think that's it.
We are about very close to calling roll. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Roll call, please. Roll call.
Senator Uggan. Senator Brown. Senator Calvo. Senator B.J. Cruz. Senator Mike Cruz.
There.
Speaker Forbes.
Back here.
Senator Casper Bauer. Senator Klitsky. Senator Lujan. Senator Palacios. Senator Respicio. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Mpinko. Senator Wampet. Senator Uggan.
Here's
Senator
Councilor Bauer.
Casper Bauer. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report there is a quorum.
Very well. Senator Tenorio, you recognized?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Legislative Journal dated December 27, 2006 be approved.
On the motion, without objection, so ordered. Senator Tenorio?
Mr. Speaker, there are communications and petitions. I move that they be considered to have been read and be appended to today's Legislative Journal.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered.
Mr.
Senator
Speaker, there are messages from Magala and Guahan. I also move that they be considered to have been read and appended to today's legislative proceedings.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to know what is the message from the governor?
What is the message from the governor?
There is a list, Mr. Speaker, on the members' tables.
Governor's message transmitting Bill number 363 LS, which was signed into law as Public Law number 28-157.
So, Mr. Speaker, officially that's the only thing that we have received today, right?
That's the only thing that's been received,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reports of standing committees do be also considered to have been received their first reading, or as you have been considered to have received the reading, and also that they be appended to today's legislative reading or
Without objection, so ordered.
journal. Mr. Speaker, I also move that resolution number 208EC be considered to have received its first reading and also be appended to today's legislative reading.
As well as
Legislative Journal.
resolution number 209EC and legislative certificate 109LS. On that motion, without objection, so ordered.
One final motion, Mr. Speaker, that all resolutions and certificates of a commendatory, congratulatory, condolence nature be considered to have been adopted by the body, and also that all members' names be appended to today's or the list of sponsors, and further that the legal counsel be authorized to make such necessary technical corrections.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered. There being no further motions, we will proceed to the top of bill number second reading. The first bill is bill number 250. As the presiding officer is also the committee chair, I would like to yield to the author of the bill to do the honors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to place Bill 250, an act to officially name the area now referred to as the Delito Flea Market as the Mayor Jose Rivera Marketplace, and to have a plaque placed on the site commemorating the late Mayor Rivera's role in establishing the market as a benefit for the residents of Delito. I move to place this bill in third reading.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered. We are now in bill 408. And I would like to ask the majority leader to please do the motions on this one.
Mr. Speaker, I move that bill number 408 EC be placed in third reading.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered. We are now on bill number 400. Will the author please do the honors on this particular bill, since the presiding officer is the oversight chair, Senator Kaspar? Senator Kaspar, you're recognized on bill number 400.
Sijus Masi, Mr. Speaker, for your patience. Mr. Speaker, I move that the legislature accept Bill number 400 EC as substituted by the Committee on General and Omnibus Matters.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered. Senator Kaspar, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we place Bill number 400 EC as substituted by the Committee on General and Omnibus Matters in third reading file.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered. I'm sorry. On bill number 400, you have an objection? I thought it was the next bill that we were going to change.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker?
I thought it was the next bill, not bill number 400, you were going to make the change on. The deletion of the two sections, isn't that on the next bill, Senator Klitsky?
I'm jumping the gun.
You're
Thank you,
jumping
Mr.
the gun, Senator Klitsky. must be the sports coat. Okay, so that objection's been withdrawn. Senator Kaspar, we are now in another bill that you were the author of. Could you please make the motions with respect to that bill, Senator Kaspar?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a brief recess. I'm requesting a brief recess, Mr. Speaker.
You need the recess? Okay, then we'll have a brief recess. Why don't you just delete the sections, which would be simpler? Frank?
Sijus Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we accept Bill number 398 as substituted by the author and further substituted by the Committee on General and Omnibus Matters. That's the copy that's in the committee report.
I'm sorry? I thought we'd already gotten past that, hadn't we? We hadn't? Okay, all right. So, motion to accept. Not objection? Okay, next.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we place Bill number 398 EC as substituted by the author and further substituted by the Committee on General and Omnibus Matters in third reading, and I'd like to discuss it.
Okay, you have an amendment you wish to propose, right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we delete Section 2 and Section 4 of the bill and authorize legal counsel to renumber the remaining sections accordingly.
Motion is to delete Section 2 and Section 4 of the bill and authorize legal counsel to renumber the sections that remain. On that motion, without objection, so ordered. On the motion to place the bill as amended in third reading, is there any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Senator Klitsky, on the next bill, please. I already got interviewed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 383 be placed in third reading.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion, please?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. There is a substitute bill. Mr. Speaker, I move that bill as substituted by the Committee on Judiciary, etc., be accepted for discussion.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Now you need a motion to place in third.
I move that the Bill 383 as substituted by the Committee on Judiciary, etc., be placed in third reading.
Okay, on that motion, you can proceed with your discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only difference between the substitute bill and the bill as introduced is a section dealing with electronic voting machines. There is a member of this body, gentleman from Pago, who has been a real watchdog as far as electronic voting machines are concerned, and has used, I think, is almost constitutionally disabled from talking about electronic voting machines without using the word paper trail. So I trust that the section that's in the substitute bill will meet with his approval. The bill is introduced and is substituted with the exception of the part dealing with electronic voting machines, restructures our election apparatus, Mr. Speaker. And what it does is it creates a new position called the Administrator of Elections, who is a classified employee, to run the elections. What we're looking for here, I think, is a detail-oriented person who's good with papers, people, boxes, what the military would refer to as logistics. I would think that someone who made his bones in the post office department, or perhaps at the courthouse as the clerk of court, or someone with these kinds of skills might be well suited to this kind of work. The Administrator of Elections is a position that doesn't exist right now. The bill would require the Director of Administration to create that position, assign a pay range to it, etc., and be the appointing authority for that official. As the appointing authority, if that official commits misfeasance, malfeasance, or nonfeasance, he could be disciplined like any other government employee. The matters dealing with appeals and certifications would be handled by a new body called the Board of Canvass and Appeals. The Board of Canvass and Appeals does not run the elections, does not supervise the Bureau of Elections, which is the back office for elections. That's where the clerks, clerical personnel, etc., would do their work. The Administrator of Elections would be assisted by a lawyer, a government attorney paid in accordance with the government attorney pay scale. And I think, as we've seen, there is plenty of work for a lawyer to do with respect to our elections. But it is my desire, in fact, I would suggest to this body that by employing a lawyer in an administrative of elections, we could spend a little money on a lawyer before the elections instead of a whole lot of money on lawyers after the elections, which I think is quite desirable. The elections then would be conducted, operated, run, it's administered by the Administrator of Elections. When it comes to certifying votes, candidates, lists, etc., that's the Board of Canvass and Appeals. And the office that all these things take place in is the Bureau of Elections. Mr. Speaker, in the past, we've had an election commission that is basically a creature of our two parties. Each party chooses, nominates some of the members. The governor always appoints the party nominees. The 6 party nominees chooses a neutral 7th. They have then chosen the executive director of the Elections Commission in the past. A lot of times, I think we've wound up with some pretty good people in that position. Gentlemen like Joe Mesa, Glenn Leon Guerrero, who are very capable and competent people. But the very nature of the process does not place much emphasis on choosing capable people. The Election Commission being basically a political body. This bill would change that and would base the selection of the Administrator of Elections on the capability and the competence of the person who holds the position, with the understanding that if he commits misfeasance, malfeasance, nonfeasance, he can be disciplined right up to include termination, just like any other classified government employee. Now, to implement this law, the members of the current election commission would be deemed appointed as members of the Board of Canvass and Appeals, and that situation wouldn't change. It would still be the 6 people chosen by the parties who choose the 7th sort of nonpartisan or neutral party. I suppose it would be nice to find a commission that was totally apolitical, find 7 people who are totally apolitical, but we only have 165,000 people on the island. I don't think there are 7 people like that in the entire population. 1 or 2 maybe, but that's about it. So if we can't have a totally impartial election commission, maybe the next best thing is to have the kind of adversary system that we're all probably too painfully aware of, where we have a balance between the 2 parties, each advocating his own interests, usually arriving at the correct result that way. The other major feature of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is what I call an accordion workforce. An accordion like a piano accordion that you can expand and contract. The demands of the election process vary greatly during the 2-year election cycle. On election night, you need 200, on election day, you need 255 people to run the elections. A couple months later, after the results have been certified and the work is all done, you probably only need 2 or 3, or maybe 10 at the most, but not 255. So the way this bill is structured, it allows the Director of Administration and the Administrator of Elections to move people to the Election Commission at times when they're needed, to move them back to their regular positions when they're not needed for the elections. Now, think in terms of the long-term benefits of that, Mr. Speaker. Over the years, we would be able to develop a cadre of people within the government who are highly skilled at running elections, people who would gravitate in at election time every 2 years, so that during their entire 25 or 30 years of service with the government of Guam, they would have a role in elections. Compare that with the current system, where we sometimes literally recruit people at the polling place because we can't find anybody else to do it. I would think that, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this bill will come very close to eliminating that problem and most of the problems with the election process, because we're forced to use untrained people. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this is a comprehensive bill where this bill revises an entire title of the government code. If we passed this one and worked at the same pace, 20 more titles, and we would have revised all the laws of Guam. So that is enough, I think, to give a person caution. But I can offer this comfort, Mr. Speaker. The bill requires that the Administrator of Elections, first of all, re-promulgate all the rules and regulations that deal with the conducting of elections. In other words, those 2 would have to sit down, go through all the rules and regs, and take the whole body of rules and regs through the administrative adjudication law process, looking for problems, fixing the problems, making the rules consistent with statute, and I think, again, taking a proactive approach to solve problems before they arise. Because the rules would go through the administrative adjudication process, there would be a public hearing, and at that public hearing, interested citizens, I think there are citizens who are interested in this process, these interested citizens would have the ability to come down and say, this is a good rule, that's a bad rule, this one could be good, but did you think of something else? Public participation, a democratizing of the major function of our democracy, Mr. Speaker. Now, at the same time that the Council and the Administrator of Elections are re-promulgating the rules, they are also required by statute to review all of the election laws. This is one of the election laws that they would review. and they are to make a report to this body on the 30th of June as to their findings. So if they go through this telephone book size bill and they find something that should be fixed, then they make that report on the 30th of June, and this legislature has the opportunity then to look at election law, the whole body of election law, the whole body of election rules, because it comes to the legislature via the administrative adjudication law, in the dispassionate atmosphere of an off year. The 30th of June 2007, a year and a half before the next election. So when you consider all of the dynamics here, the review, the change in personnel, the change in structure, the inclusion of the public in the repromulgation of the rules, it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that we have a way of reforming our elections, something that if we don't do it now, former director of the executive director of the Election Commission, Joe Mesa, said everybody gets excited about elections during election time, but the next year everyone forgets. So let's not do that. Let's not forget. Let's pass this law now. Let's fix it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the bill? Senator Adolfo Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. I too support Bill 383, of course, as substituted. And I would like to, actually, I have a draft amendment, but I like to get guidance from this body as to whether it's appropriate at this point to introduce the amendment or to let it stand. It's a substantive amendment, and I understand that Bill 383 is actually a reform in the structure and the formatting of the election process, and not the. But the amendment that actually I have an idea to introduce, again, has to do with early voting. And I believe that with the experience of overcrowding at the polls, voting election day not being a holiday, that I believe the people of Guam is ready, the voters of Guam is ready to accept and exercise voting rights to early voting. For example, Mr. Speaker, right now 15 states in the United States allow early voting and requires no reason at all. They just vote because they want to vote, and it doesn't have to be on the actual election day. And even voting by mail. Right now, what we have is a provision for absentee voting. And for that, of course, you have to have execute an affidavit. I believe that we should try as a body to try and facilitate and promote the participation of these people in the election process. And again, I don't know whether this is the appropriate time to entertain this substantive amendment or let it stand as a standalone bill, I guess, in the next term, which I will be prepared to introduce.
Do you have an amendment, Senator Palacios?
I have the amendment. It's all Xerox, 20 copies.
Go ahead and proceed with your amendment then. Take a 1 minute recess while we're waiting for all the members to receive a copy of the amendment.
One second. Accept the appropriateness of the presentation, perhaps that this can be entertained early on next month. I am withdrawing then the amendment, of course, with intention to introduce this as a separate bill in the next term. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Respicio?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise very quickly to just say how in support I am of this bill, and to commend the gentleman from GIGO for doing something like this. I think it's incumbent of this legislature, even though we don't have an election facing us in the coming days or the coming months, but it's incumbent of this legislative body to do something, at the very least, to increase voter confidence in the election process. And if when we pass this bill, and should this bill become law, I believe that our people will feel much more comfortable taking the time out to go to the polls, and because they would know that not only would a process be there for them to guarantee that elections are fair here on the island. I want to say how important this bill is, particularly because for the use of the electronic voting machines, as we all know, this legislature moved to prohibit its use in the past general election. And more importantly, what this bill would do, it creates a process for which the electronic voting machines will be used in the future. Whatever machines will be used will be determined by the administrator of elections, and more importantly, that this election, the machines will have a auditable paper trail in place. And so I congratulate the senator, and I congratulate this legislative body for moving to ensure that we have fair and free elections here on the island. Thank you.
If there are no other speakers on the bill, on the motion to place on third reading. Next bill is number 232. Vice Speaker Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to accept for purposes of discussion Bill number 232, substituted by the Committee on Natural Resources, Utilities, and Micronesian Affairs.
On the motion, without objection, so ordered. Vice Speaker Brown.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to place Bill number 232 in third reading.
On the motion, without objection, so ordered. Next bill is 397. Senator Lujan or Senator Cabo? Senator Cabo, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to place Bill number 397 as substituted by the Committee on Finance and Taxation, Commerce.
Do you want to make a motion to accept it?
To move it to
On the motion to accept, without objection, so ordered.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I also like to make a motion for Bill number 397 as substituted by the committee to be placed on the third reading.
On the motion? Okay, we have two speakers. Senator B.J. Cruz, or
Mr. Speaker, could we have 5 minutes? You know, we've just got this substitute version here.
Sure.
Can we just have 5 minutes?
We'll have a 5-minute recess.
Oh, we're in recess on 397. Who's speaking on the bill now? Okay, has everything been concluded to the satisfaction of Senator Klitsky or anyone else?
I accomplished what I needed to accomplish during the recess, and I'm hoping that we can start discussion on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Sijus Masi, Senator Klitsky. Senator B.J. Cruz, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this bill. I'm not sure if it's ironic or tragic that this bill came up on as the last bill of the session, and the bill that probably I will commit political suicide with, because I rise in vehement opposition to the passage of Bill 397. For some of the members that didn't know, I was on vacation, and when I saw that 397 was being proposed and being heard and was going to be moving, I cut my vacation short to come back, because the financial statement that's attached to the bill shows that we'll be losing $5 million. This last fiscal year, we overstated the projected revenue to be collected by the government by close to $30 million. The other day, Department of Administration provided me with a balance sheet that showed that in the previous 12 months, we incurred a deficit of $137 million, bringing the cumulative deficit of the government of Guam to $481 million. And that does not, I repeat, Mr. Speaker, include COLA of $123 million. Though some people may think it does not, because that agreement wasn't arrived at until the very last week of October, just before the election. It does not include the EITC of $90 million, and it does not include over $150 million in unpaid tax refunds that are due our good taxpayers of the community for the last 3 or 4 years. This cumulative amount is nearing the $1 billion mark, Mr. Speaker, and we cannot afford to lose an additional $5 million on this. This is a slippery slope. Today we start with a request by FD. Next year it'll be a request by St. John's for a dormitory or something else. And the following year it'll be St. Paul's, and then it'll be Notre Dame, and then it'll be what? Where does it stop? This legislature, no offense, Mr. Speaker, it made a mistake when it first started to give out these tax credits. This thing should never have started with. I was really concerned earlier when I saw the president of the university out there hoping to move forward the endowment, the lease of property to the university for the building of a sports facility that also has tax credits. I was very happy, and I want to commend the public auditor for her statement that is attached to the report in here where she opposes this practice. I'm just hoping that in the next year she'll issue a full report to show how much this government has lost in the previous years with all of the tax credits that were given for the raceway. If we move forward with the credits on the university, how much is going to be lost with that. But this practice has to cease. We've got to collect the taxes, and we as a legislature must determine the priority of that spending and make sure that we do. We decide what is going to be done. The timing of this bill also couldn't be more inopportune. All one has to do is look at the front page of today's newspaper. The last bill that approved a tax credit for the Paseo Stadium is fraught with problems, procurement problems, management problems, oversight problems. It is a disaster. And here we're now proposing another bill where up to $5 million is going to be used as credits. There's absolutely no way, even the way that the safety provisions that this bill tries to have of having some oversight, it does not provide the oversight. The provision in this bill that says, well, the business can charge, the amount of contribution about or value of the donated labor, material, and services used in the development construction shall be at the standard pricing and rates of such contributing to businesses. Mr. Speaker, when we do something like that, the contributor will charge the highest amount, not the bulk rate that one would get if you had a GSA or any kind of bid. They're just going to say the 20 trucks of cement that I provided, I'm going to charge you as if I was charging Joe Cruz in pouring his driveway and buying only 1 truck of cement. There should be a bulk rate for the purchase of all of it, but if the contributor is allowed to decide his standard rate, he'll do it at the highest rate. And that's what we're going to be losing in government taxes and GRT. We got to cease this problem, stop this problem and the erosion of the tax base, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the Department of Revenue Taxation also submitted a letter in opposition to this bill because of its recognition that we as a community cannot afford to continue this hemorrhaging of all the money that should be going into the coffers of the government to run this government and hopefully address issues in education. I'm not opposed to building this. I was on the Guam National Olympic Committee for 15 years. And I fully understand the need to be able to have constructive alternatives for our children and to have the best fields. I fought very hard for cultural tourism and the development of the Harmon Fields with the GNOC and the Soccer Association. But this is not the way to fund it. This practice by this legislature, by this government, has to cease at this point. I'm not even addressing the issues of constitutionality and the separation of church and state. I'm sure somebody else will address that. My concerns as a senator, not as a former judge, my concerns as a senator is to make sure that we control the purse strings. And with this one, we've cut a huge hole in the bottom and allowed everything to fall out. We've got to sew that shut and stop the practice. And the way that we do this is by today saying no to Bill 397, that it is not going to pass, not in this legislature, because it is going to cost this government, and it'll cost us in the future when everybody else starts lining up and saying, you gave it to FD, now give it to us. Why aren't the Episcopalians good enough to get it? Aren't the Baptists good enough to get it? Aren't the Christians good enough to get it? Aren't the Seventh Day good enough to get it? Each one's going to come in and build everything on tax credits. Mr. Speaker, this bill has to be defeated by this legislature if this legislature wants to prove to the people of Guam that it is responsible for the finances of this government and that it recognizes the fact that despite our unwillingness to address my Bill 377 and to address the letter that I sent to all of my colleagues a couple of days ago about the recognition of a completely unheard of, a 40% increase in the deficit by $137 million of not addressing it, we're now going to say, well, we'll forget the $137 million, let's increase it an additional $5 million. We cannot afford it, Mr. Speaker. It's very well-intentioned. And even the provisions for the mayors, if we just imagine what's going to happen if the Department of Parks and Recreation couldn't properly oversee their responsibility over the Paseo Stadium, and the public auditor has issued a very scathing report on how that tax credit program with Parks and Recreation and the Baseball Federation turned out. We'll have 19 more examples of this with the mayors, and we'll have the same problem with all the others, and we cannot afford it. And so, in spite of the fact that this is my last day, and this is probably going to be political suicide because my opposition, I was looking at the report, and there's 120 letters in support, and everybody in support of this bill. I have been lobbied in the 2 years that I've been here. I've not been lobbied more than this bill, than people have on this bill. My phone has been ringing even while I've been sitting on this floor. I try to go to the gym, and I get cornered in the gym about supporting 397. There's a huge effort, and I understand it, and I support the idea of building a multi-purpose sports complex there. I've even introduced legislation to transfer land in Agate to the Soccer Federation to build some fields, which no chairman has given a public hearing to it to try to make the transfer. And yet, at this point, we're willing to do it and to give away $5 million of government funds that we can ill afford. So I'm asking my colleagues to do the responsible thing. It may not be the politically advantageous thing, but please, we now know that we incurred during our term a $137 million deficit. We failed in our oversight to make sure that that $137 million deficit didn't occur during our watch, and it did. And now on our last day, we're going to try to do something. We've got to stop this, and I'm asking all of my colleagues to please vote down and oppose the passage of Bill 397. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Suggest Mosley, Senator Cruz, for your floor comments. Senator Klitzke, you're recognized to speak on Bill 3, on the bill. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk a little bit about discrimination here for a second. And I'm going to start out by talking about Father Duenas High School. And I'm going to tell you that I think it is really a superb institution. The people who go to Father Duenas are, in a sense, I guess in both senses of the word, blessed, because they get a quality education at a good Jesuit school. And I'd like to think that even if I don't know a person, or I don't know anything about his background, that I can usually probably spot a Father Duenas grad by the way he handles himself, by his knowledge, by his ability to articulate concepts and things like that. So in short, I think that people that go to Father Duenas are the beneficiaries of an extremely good education. Now, I don't want to discriminate here because I think we have another really good school here on the island, and that would be St. John's. I'm happy to say that my daughter was able to go to St. John's. Fortunately, they didn't have a high school division in those days. But the kids that went to high school at St. John's are likewise blessed in both senses of the word. And if you look at the list of graduates from people who go to St. John's and see where they go to school, they go to places like Harvard and Yale, Columbia. I've never seen a single one of them that went to Whitewater State. Yeah. If we had a few minutes here, I'd break into a chorus of my alma mater fight song, but none of them go to Whitewater. They all go to top-notch schools, and a lot of them exceed to national and international leadership positions. Father D folks maybe don't do quite as well on the international scene, but clearly being a Father D grad is a path to the top here on Guam. How many members of this august body, year in and year out, are Father Duenas graduates? Why, I think our governor is a Father Duenas graduate. I think a lot of governors have been Father Duenas graduates. Now, at the public hearing on this bill, I kind of indicated, the basis for discrimination, which I promised that I would talk about. And that is that although I didn't graduate from high school there, I kind of see myself as a GW kind of guy. Because I taught at George Washington High School for 8 years. And, my little bit of humor on that is to mention that in those days, the students got out in 3 years. I was a little slow. It took me 8. But I'm the closest thing that we have to a GW grad here. Now, GW kids do okay. I mean, there are some GW kids that have climbed to the heights. But as a matter of statistics, they don't do anywhere near as well as the Father D kids and the St. John's kids. So I can understand why this cadre of very well-educated, very influential people would like to see this sports complex at Father Duenas High School. And I can see why they can command a certain amount of attention to a bill like this, to kind of lobbying efforts, et cetera, because they are very well educated and they're very well placed in our community. But where's that George Washington High School lobby to come down here and lobby for that sports complex at George Washington High School? The sports complex at George Washington High School, when I taught out there, was a big hole in the ground. And it took years and years and years and years to fill in that hole in the ground till finally there was a football field there. There weren't any tax credits available for that undertaking. There still aren't any tax credits available for that kind of an undertaking. So, once again, I really take my hat off to the Father Duenas folks for that. But then I start to look at the bill a little bit, and I start to look at other things like the Organic Act. We have a section in our Organic Act. Now, I know that it's de rigueur nowadays to be very critical of the Organic Act because it's not a product of popular sovereignty, etc. But until we replace it or patriate it or do something with it, it is the law of the land. And as such, we all swore that we would uphold it and defend it when we became members of this body. And one of the provisions of the Bill of Rights in the Organic Act says no public money or property shall ever be appropriated, supplied, donated, or used directly or indirectly for the use, benefit, or support of any sect, church, denomination, sectarian institution, or association or system of religion, or for the use, benefit, or support of any priest, preacher, minister, or any other religious teacher or dignitary as such. I keep reading it, I keep thinking that I must have skipped over the reference to the partridge in the pear tree, but it is a very comprehensive statute, and I have to ask myself, aren't we exactly at that point? And then I also go back to the public hearing where the principal of Father Duenas told us that he had examined the bill before it was substituted and said that it passed the lemon test. Well, what the lemon doesn't have anything to do with eating something sour. It goes to a case called Lemon versus Kurtzman, and there's a three-pronged test to determine whether a statute crosses the line established by the First Amendment to the Constitution, which is a much less difficult line to stay on the right side of than the Organic Act line. But the third prong is that there should be no undue entanglement between religion and government. So when I look at page 2 of the bill, line 15 of the legislative findings, now of course, once again, I have to make another confession. I've always been a legislative findings buff. And I can think of nothing I like better than to sit down with a bowl of popcorn and a stack of legislative findings and spend an evening kind of browsing through them. But this one says, the Guam Legislature finds that the Catholic Church and Father Duenas intends to transfer the control of the site for Father Duenas Memorial School, multipurpose, etc. Well, I think if we pass this bill and adopt that finding, we're right smack in the middle of lemon. How do we find what the Catholic Church is going to do with that piece of property? How do we know that? How do we know that that's what the Catholic Church intends to do? And if we know it, then haven't we crossed the lemon line? Isn't that an undue entanglement with religion? At the public hearing, I posed the hypothetical possibility that if Father Duenas, or however you describe the legal owner of that real property, were to deed it unconditionally to the government of Guam, then we would avoid that undue entanglement. But one of the witnesses says, well, if that happened, then we couldn't control it, and we wouldn't know that it was, we couldn't be assured that it were properly maintained, etc. So there's an obvious frying pan fire situation here, Mr. Speaker. If Father Duenas or whoever can control it to make sure that it's appropriate, then it crosses the lemon line. And if it can't, then it's obviously not acceptable to the proponents, the civilian or the citizen proponents of this particular legislation. There's reference here to the Guam Athletic and Sports Foundation Limited, a Guam nonprofit corporation. That may be a really wonderful organization, Mr. Speaker, but I don't know anything at all about the Guam Athletic and Sports Foundation Limited. I have absolutely no knowledge of them at all, and I take no comfort from the idea that we would somehow invest $5 million of what amounts to taxes in the Guam Athletic and Sports Foundation that I don't think any of us know anything about. That's not a good situation, Mr. Speaker, but then when you look at the mechanism of the bill and the tax credits, it gets a little bit worse. Because the way this works now, at the public hearing, the word donation was tossed around with great liberality, and there seemed to be a certain amount of people being sort of wearing their altruism on their chests. That there are people here that are willing to donate to this worthy cause. But a few questions made it very clear. A few questions in reference to the bill made it very clear that we're not dealing with the product of disinterested generosity, Mr. Speaker, because those who contribute to this undertaking are contributing money that they would ordinarily pay in gross receipts. So if I had the ability to donate the money that I pay in income tax or to divert it to some other cause, I'd probably do it. But it's a little different than donating or diverting your own money. In a sense, what you're doing is diverting government money. And let's be very, very honest. We could appropriate this, but one of the real frustrations for this body is that we know that once we do the appropriation, we have, since we don't manage the cash, it's really a crapshoot if the money ever gets to where we want it to go or not. And that's the reason for this mechanism, because if the money were appropriated, it probably would never get there. So you interdict the revenue stream before it ever gets to the government, and that way you can control what happens to the money. But anyhow, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about people, instead of paying money in gross receipts tax, we're talking about them contributing here. But then we're back again to who gets to do what to whom. I'm not real crazy about paying taxes, Mr. Speaker, but I always do. I always file my returns, and I always pay what I'm supposed to pay, and maybe even pay a little bit more because I'm not really that sharp when it comes to figuring out a 1040. But when I pay the tax collector. I pay my friend Art Ilagan. Art is a good tax collector. Art, I think, is out there every day with his hat pulled down over his eyes, looking around, saying, where can I collect taxes? Who's not paying what they're supposed to pay? Who's not paying enough? Am I collecting all the taxes that I'm supposed to collect? So I have a lot of faith in Art Ilagan. But this bill makes the Guam Athletics Sports Foundation, or its designee, the tax collector, because it's the sports federation that determines what kind of contribution is eligible for the tax credit, and then the value of that contribution. And as was mentioned earlier, we've seen the danger of that. Front page in the Daily News. Guam Baseball Federation Commissioner Mark Chotfrus was allowed to endorse only one company, a major sponsor to the Islands Baseball League, to claim more than $1 million in tax credits through a government program, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So do we have confidence that the Sports Federation is going to do this better than Mark Chotfrus? And as reported in the paper, do we have any confidence that this is going to work right at all? Or are we assigning one of the most important functions of our government, tax collector, to somebody we don't even know, that's not even part of the government, that we have absolutely no control over, Mr. Speaker? So once again, in summation, I have great admiration for the graduates of Father Duenas High School. And since I have great admiration for the grads, for the top quality people that school puts out, I also have great admiration for that high school. And I know that they're capable of excellence. But I don't think that this kind of help actually would even help them at all, because they seem to have done very, very well as a private school, as a Jesuit institution, operating on their own without any undue entanglements with the government. And I personally would like to see it continue that way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this bill? Senator Vice Speaker Joanne Brown, you recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly have to say, unfortunately, I rise in opposition to Bill 397. I appreciate the desire very much of the author to want to advocate the importance of sports in our community and healthy quality lifestyles and safe and healthy competition among our young people. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I raise concerns with regards to this because I have to tell you, if we were here today to appropriate $5 million to the Father Duenas School, I think we would each have a very difficult time justifying to the people of Guam that right now, with where we're at and our financial condition in this government, that we would say that this is a top priority. We're not saying it's not important. I mean, there's very much a need for these facilities, not just at Father Duenas, but certainly everywhere in our island, every single village, even though I know amendments were made from the original version that would allow some of these funds to go to the villages. But the desire to accomplish this, which is I've always often looked at this process as a backdoor means of appropriating money. Because we can say, well, we're not really appropriating the cash up front. We're not walking through the front door. Because that would be really hard to justify to the public and very difficult to justify to a reporter interviewing you on why is this a priority. And today, as we enter the first quarter of the new fiscal year, I think we are all very much aware about the fact that we do not have enough cash flow to take care of the very basic, and according to this legislature, most critical priorities in our government. And let's start with number 1, education. Number 2, public safety. Number 3, health care. Now, can any of us today, at this time, 6 o'clock, December 29th, 2006, and what is the waning hours of the 28th Guam Legislature, can any of us say that we have indeed met that requirement? When employees within the Guam public school system did not have their deductions paid when they should have been paid? When we have teachers saying we do not have the funds being released to take care of the basic supplies we need in our schools? I have to agree with my good colleague from Pt1, the timing of this particular bill, I would have to say is not good timing. I was perturbed when I read this in the newspaper. Not because I'm against sports facilities, because you know, even Mr. Speaker, when the issue came up with the Guam Raceway Park, and as you know, I did not vote and have not voted for any legislation that supports that project. Is it because I'm against racing? You know, there was a time I used to love riding my motorbike until my parents ended my riding career because they got a bit concerned as to my safety. So I can understand the appreciation, the thrill of competition, and even just riding, because I'll tell you, it can be such a wonderful, powerful feeling. But the question I had then was, should we use money? And to me, I don't care if it's GRT, income tax, it's all tax. It all adds up to tax in the end. Was that a priority with all the things that we critically need in our community? And even though we go and we boast how impressive that facility is, and certainly we see all the wonderful events that occur up there and the improvements that have been made to the community, we're not standing here talking about our hospital that way. We're not standing here talking about every single public elementary, middle school, or high school. We're not sitting here having residents on Guam saying, gee, you know, my home didn't get burglarized. And gee, it didn't take 7 hours for a Guam police officer to show up for me to file a report. We're not boasting those things. But when we campaign, we go out and tell our people that that's the most important thing to us, and those are the things we're concerned with. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a graduate from a private Catholic school. So it's not that I have anything against Father Duenas. I have nothing against Notre Dame. I'm a very proud graduate of Notre Dame, class of '83. But as a lawmaker, in setting priorities, if this was appropriated to a public school, if this was appropriated to our village gymnasiums, maybe I wouldn't have so much a problem, but then I'd say, hey, let's not do this tax credit backdoor process. Let's just appropriate it right out. Colleagues, I have to tell you, we need to do what's right, and we need to do it at the right time, and that time's now. We know financially this is not something that we can justify. Because I'll tell you, I'm ready to hear the arguments how anyone on this floor is going to justify this legislation. I'm saddened about the fact that in the last few moments of this legislature, I even have to get up and speak against a bill by a fellow colleague. Because I know the intentions behind this are very good. But I cannot justify to myself that this is the right thing to do. Because I agree. What's next? What's next? And I remember when we debated the issue of the Paseo Stadium, and I remember when my good colleague from GIGO deconstructed the legislation and tried to help clean it up as much as possible. But look at where we're at. We have an inability to account for how the Paseo Stadium is being operated. And this is something that just happened within the last, 2 years? You know, we all talk about transparency, public accountability, but we're so quick to say we did a great deed, but we never look beyond what the implications are to that. What have we done with a public asset? You know, if we're going to give the privilege in our community, particularly some of those privileged that pay GRT, the luxury of deciding how they want to spend their money so they can be well recognized by the community that they donated this money for these purposes, then why don't we allow the average hardworking middle class man and woman out there who go out there and work hard every day to earn their money, feed their family, why don't we allow them that same privilege on their income tax every April 15th when they go to pay their hard-earned money to the government of Guam? Why don't we give them categories and let them decide? Do they want their money to go to health care? Do they want their money to go to education? Do they want their money to go to sports complex? Why not? That would be the most direct form of democracy, to allow our people to decide how they want their money spent. They don't need us to figure that out because we seem to bungle that up every now and then. I think I've made my point, and I certainly understand the need for these facilities, Mr. Speaker. I have no opposition to them. You know, I remember one time going to a function in my own home village of Chalampago, and I had some gentlemen approach me, and the first thing they asked me, Senator, what do you have against racing? So I got nothing against racing. But yeah, you didn't support the complex up in GIGO. How come? And I explained to them exactly why. I have no opposition to the sports complex. As a matter of fact, I think it's wonderful. I just didn't think it was a priority to use taxpayers' money at that time for that purpose. And so, yes, let's brag about that. But I'd rather hear us brag about the things we say is the most important thing. Education, public health, public safety. When we take care of those critical things, then maybe we can afford to be generous, because we can't even take care of our public responsibilities. And I agree with my good colleague from GIGO. The language here intends to. How do we know that they're going to do this? We're going to pass legislation because they intend to transfer. I mean, I don't care how you color this issue. It's still going to come out the same. And we need to, at a time where our financial, even though we look to the future and we see improvements in our economy, one of the things I hope the future legislatures do is go and assess all these these detour tax payments that are going down a different road, and let's get it cleaned up. And let's get the tax revenue there, and let the legislature publicly be accountable in appropriating the money of the people of Guam. Because we're not doing our people justice. We're taking care of certain interests, no doubt. They'll be there patting our back, hey, thank you for being there for me. But what about everybody else? We got to do what's right. And certainly at this time, this is not the way to go. Because we may be taking care of the interest of some, but the disservice to the rest of the community is really great. And I hope my colleagues will reconsider, because I'm really saddened that in my last moments of the Guam Legislature after 12 years, I'm even having to debate something that I cannot support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Assiduous Masi, Vice Speaker. Senator Calvo, you're recognized to comment or speak on Bill 397.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After listening to the arguments made by my colleagues in dissension to Bill number 397, first of all, I'm very appreciative. I've had to operate, it appears that all three of them at this point, this is their last session, and maybe in the future, we will be seeing them again in some future legislature or some future public venue. My hat's off to them and my compliments to every one of them because they have been major contributors to this legislature, and I'm proud to have served with them. And their arguments are well taken. As for me, if there's anyone that would have as concern that they have, it would be me. I'm the chairman of the Committee in Finance, Taxation, and Commerce. And though it may sound, and it is a prestigious committee, and to chair it entails some sort of influence and wielding of power, unfortunately, and I can talk to my members, my colleagues are members of the minority, such as the good senator from Jotnya, who was a previous finance chair, and others that have sat as chairman of the and chairperson of the committee. It may be a very powerful committee, but in times of an economic downturn, which our island has experienced over the past 10 years, it's also a burden. Because in one hand, you chair a committee and you want to focus the limited resources that the government has on providing needed priority services to the people and ensuring that those dollars that we do collect from the people, that they go to where they're intended, and whether it's in education, public safety, or public health. I want to take my hats off to again, my colleagues from Jotnya, who was also finance chair, because I think he did an admirable job chairing the committee in the 27th Guam Legislature. Some of the questions that were brought forth by members of the body, the issue on the organicity, and I hope that's the correct way to speak, I hope that's the correct terminology, where there is a problem with this particular piece of legislation, whether it goes against the bounds of church and state separation. Very good comments. In the public hearing, there was testimony on one hand where there was an individual that was adamant that he believed that this was inorganic, and he stated his position. There were also testimony that was counter to the implication that there is an entanglement of church-state relations. You heard earlier the comment on the lemon test. Then what the committee did, of course, was taking into this account, drew up language in the substitute version of the bill that would ensure that it would be a non-profit entity that would be in control and administering of this multi-purpose sports and arts complex. Now, the question on church and state, I was actually given a very good history lesson. You know, the island of Guam is more restrictive. The Organic Act is more restrictive than the Constitution of the United States in regards to the contribution or any type of benefit that would go to a religious institution. and I was actually given a little history lesson. It's obvious to everyone here that after 300 or 400 years of domination by a European country where Roman Catholicism was considered the state religion, and where Roman Catholicism was the preeminent religious denomination in this island for hundreds of years, there was a concern by our colonial administrators, the new administrators of the territory of Guam, the unincorporated territory of Guam, that there must be more stringent laws placed on our Constitution that was unilaterally put upon us to ensure that the Roman Catholic Church does not exercise any unhealthy influence in the people of the community. It was interesting because at the time we didn't have a vote I think at the time in 1950 we had just gone from an advisory legislative body to a legislative could enact laws based on certain, I guess, correct me if I'm not wrong, 4950. There was that transition period where there was limited authority of a legislative body. And of course, at the time, we had just gone from a military naval governor to, which is an improvement, a appointed civilian governor from the President of the United States through, I guess at the time was the Department of Interior. I'm not sure. So again, there was this concern as the drafting of the organic came about of this need to ensure that the Roman Catholic Church does not put any unwarranted or, how would you say, too much of an influence in the affairs of our island community. Mr. Speaker, and it's a good question, and there'll probably be a lawsuit, most likely. One gentleman said he would file a lawsuit on the Organic Act issue. The concerns that I have is, if this question is brought about, it opens up a can of worms that we as a peoples that did not create our own constitution, our own Organic Act, that we may have some issues now in terms of governance of this community and the use of appropriations and monies towards services for the people. It was brought about in the public hearing on the issue of busing and of school books, and how public funds are being used for busing and school books for private, and most of those private schools are religious denomination. Of course, they said, there was a Supreme Court case that delineated that particular issue and answered it. Well, it's because that was the lawsuit at the time, and someone filed a lawsuit. It's interesting, and I have a good colleague here who has fought so hard for services for those that are weak in our community, those that are disabled, those that with mental illness. And we have appropriated millions upon millions of dollars over the years to ensure that proper services are provided to our disabled and to those that may have mental illness. The unfortunate problem is, of course, the entities that administer and provide the services, by and large, are religious-based nonprofit groups. One of them is Catholic Social Services. Others are of the Protestant denomination. We have the Salvation Army, we have Lighthouse, and I'm missing one. Now, the issue that was brought up at the hearing. It was a very good question about entanglement. And the question was brought about is ultimately who makes the decision. You have a private school, Father Duenas. It's run by a lay principal, Mr. Bill Roth. And as the questions came about, ultimately, he answered the question. Ultimately, it's the archbishop that makes a decision. So there is an entanglement. The interesting thing, and this does open a can of worms, there are organizations right now that are providing critical services for the people of Guam, mental health and disabilities, where the nonprofit organization and entity, there is not this bureaucracy that is built up. The Catholic Church is big. You've got schools that are run by nuns from the Sisters of Mercy or the Jesuits. I'm not too sure what it is that Father Duane is now. So there is this layer. I think we've addressed it in the substitute language by making a nonprofit entity. But in other critical services, we're providing millions of dollars. In one entity, it's a pastor that is not only the pastor of the church, but is also the chief executive officer or general manager of the nonprofit entity. Now, that might be a little bit more difficult when it comes to entanglement. And that is why there is now this question. I feel very confident that the language we have here does separate church and state. But the question that has been brought up brings up a lot of other questions about whether there are millions of dollars that us, the taxpayers, are putting into right now, where there is no bureaucracy, where there is a minister that is also, and I'm talking not an administrator, I'm talking a minister that is running an organization and is providing a service that might even be more in direct contravention to the spirit of the Organic Act. For me, I think the language is very clear. It separates, it disentangles through the setting up of a nonprofit organization. It separates this entanglement or perceived entanglement of church and state. The tougher one for me was not really the Organic Act. It was the issue on what it means to the budget. I have a colleague here that I thought ran a very good campaign. And unfortunately, he didn't make it through the campaign, so we didn't have the opportunity to have him serve either in the legislature or the administration. But he brought up points in regards to, and long before this bill, but points in regards to the financial condition of this government. And boy, since we don't have any time limit, I'm going to go in this is kind of like almost my closing statement since we're going to be closing in a few hours or minutes. And he has concern. I have those same concerns. Because the island of Guam, similar to every other U.S. flag territory, is in economic straits. Something about being a non-self-governing entity, something's wrong in the formula. But PDN put out a letter or put out an editorial or was it an article? GAO report, Guam to blame. I don't know. I read that letter. I read that GAO report and I said, man, we got something in common with Virgin Islands, which is in the Caribbean, American Samoa, which is in the Eastern Pacific, our brothers and sisters in the Northern Marianas. They didn't bring Puerto Rico up because Puerto Rico is treated separately. But every one of us have in the biggest boom period of the United States, has been going through some rough times. Guam's actually the best. Our poverty level is only at 23%, comparative to over 40% from some of our other sister territories. And all this bad times in the midst of an economic boom of the United States. So unfortunately, we have some problems with our Organic Act and how it was drafted, and maybe we don't have a say-so in the Congress. So General Leaf can come on over here and say, folks, sorry, we're spending $100 billion in Iraq, and we only care about what's inside the base. But it's true, we had an issue. We passed a budget at $435 million based on the numbers that we have received by the Department of Administration. Revenues only came in at $417 million, an $18 million shortfall. Not 30, not 50, but $18 million. That's a 4% decrease in what was anticipated revenues. You see this gigantic deficit that has just ballooned over this past 2 years, and you would think, well, what the heck has happened? Well, there's several reasons. Operationally, we could have been better. I wish we had shrunk this deficit. Unfortunately, operationally, with all the pay raises to our government and Guam employees, 20% increase of pay to teachers, which is the increments, plus the 14% increase in their pay, which we all wanted to see occur. Unfortunately, operationally, because revenues didn't keep up by that 4%, there was a slight deficit. What made it balloon? Because the auditors said, hey, that lawsuit for COLA, which is at $123 million, that lawsuit for COLA, you got to treat it as a current year obligation. No ifs, ands, or buts. So fiscal year 2006, you pump in $123 million, boom. I'm not here to blame a legislature that passed this thing into many, many years ago. That's something, no matter how hard, and even if we tried our best, even if we had even if we found a way to reduce our expenditure, which we did from the previous year, which was at 447, but we reduced our appropriation, it was still not good enough. Our economy wasn't picking up enough. But even if we did it, that $123 million impact was it was a body blow. Some folks got better lawyers than the government. The past few years, the EITC, $90 million. The former governor of Guam, I had a long conversation with him, and his foreign tax director I saw there not too long ago, Mr. Joey Duenas. We had an interesting conversation at the time. Again, because we are not part of the U.S. Congress in terms of voting, where every other state and territory gets EITC paid by a U.S. congressional appropriation, and because of another lawsuit with very good attorneys, we had a $90 million boom liability that was thrown to us people of Guam. What's happened in this very litigious society of Guam, where we are finally becoming like the United States, where we sue for everything, if you do take a look at how this deficit has grown, it's been because of a court case, and usually the government is lost. Now, maybe we had a Congress lady and she's doing a great job. I don't know how she'd get some of our bills passed, but maybe that vote in Congress would have made things a lot easier, so a Congress would have appropriated for EITC. Bottom line, correct. Because of extenuating circumstances, whether it's COLA or EITC, we are now, based on that most recent report by the Department of Administration, we're at $480 million deficit. We got to fix that up. And I'm committed to working with the administration in the 29th Guam Legislature, as well as members of the majority to minority to ensure that we get the job done. We try to to shrink this deficit down, but then at the same time, provide key services. Now, key services, that's important. This is my third term in the legislature, going on fourth. For some of my colleagues who have been here much, much longer than me, how many bills have we appropriated? And how many $1 million have we appropriated to a gym in Jigo, or Talafoco, or Agate, or a baseball field? How many times have we passed into law, and that's all it was a piece of paper? And when a team such as the Toto Falcons, and I know because my kids have played baseball, when we go to Toto Field or Manila Field, and when you get to the batter's box, it's almost a hole because it's been dug so deep from all the years of those kids rubbing themselves or scratch, or what is that? Getting their cleats onto the base path or the home plate, or there's busted lights. All these appropriations over the years, and nothing happens. You don't see an improvement. In fact, it's ironic. This particular piece of legislation, it's not opening the door. It's not something new. This body has passed bills into law. There's a law that allows for an offset for anyone who donates to the University of Guam for improvements in their sports facility. It's been there 2 years. From my good Prima, great bill. She passed it. Nothing. There is a law in the books that allows for gross offsets on gross receipts tax for any entity that donates to the Guam public school system for improvement on their facilities. What happened? Nothing. Yet, there are success stories. I never played soccer, but neither did my kids. I think they played in their earlier years, but then they got into football, baseball, and rugby. But you're going to any weekend to Dedido, Robbie Weber Dedido Field? Thousands of young children go there every week to go at a top-notch, world-class soccer facility, funded and paid for by basically the same law that we have here today, this evening. Now, whether you like it or not, the Guam Raceway Park, that is a for-profit entity. There was a time when you have a lot of young people drag stripping all over the place because they didn't have a proper facility to either blow off some of the carbon in their cars or just to get into competition for racing. That Guam Race facility, basically the same piece of legislation which was enacted by many of you folks for a profit entity, was built. Happened real quick. Once you get the law, bang, it's done. Someone here, and a colleague of mine, referred to the Paseo Stadium not too long ago. There's a lot of issues there in that audit. It's correct. Something went wrong there. But besides some of the issues in regards to accounting of the money, have you been to the Guam Paseo Stadium? Many years ago, that was by the way, it was built in the Governor Calvo administration. Great governor. That was a top quality facility. Parks and Rec ran it. And as years went, this was not only the bad days, it was in the good days. And then I think we had a big party, Halloween party there several years ago. Tore up all the piping and water in the outfield. And we had a facility that was dangerous to play in. Now Now, that facility is in good shape. Now, whether you agree with the concept of that Guam Baseball Federation, the bill, and whether you voted yes or no on it, what you got basically now is you got a facility that's in good shape. It's been improved compared to how it used to be. Now the concern is, gosh, if it's taken over by Parks and Rec, we're not going to be able to fix it. Dear my colleagues, remember I brought up to you earlier about whether, or what is it all about, a law? You can introduce a whole bunch of bills to fix up a court or a stadium. But if it never happens, what happens? It's just a piece of paper. It was a good question. I mean, it was a good statement made by my colleague about diverting of taxes and directing taxes. Because you're right, we're directing taxes, and it's going to a public benefit. We got a great stadium in soccer. We got a major league stadium that's much better. You got a raceway park. Unfortunately, somehow there's no drive for the Guam public school system. I don't know whether it's the PTO or administrators, but they got to fight for it. They got to go out there and get some support to get an offset. Any business would love to do it. Sometimes, if you direct tax dollars and you allow either the private sector or a nonprofit entity to do it, it'll get done. But there's something of sometimes when our public sector runs it, it just, even like I say, with an offset on a tax, that should be every incentive, nothing ever happens. You know, we talk about the impact of this measure on our budget and how in these difficult times, is this the right time? You talk to those thousands of kids that make use of the soccer stadium or the baseball or the Raceway Park, and hopefully OG and GCC can get their act together so we can get something down in those facilities. They'll say, yeah. Because it ultimately goes down to a priority service. This island is going to boom over the next 10 years. And it's so important that those individuals, those citizens that are going to take the mantle from all of us, that are going to lead this island over the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, those young kids now that are going to a basketball court at night or a baseball or a football or a soccer field, but for whatever reason, a stadium, a municipal gym, because it's all messed up, there's nothing else to do, hang out with their gangs or hang up as a gang and do something unproductive. But if we pass this bill into law, and the result of the passage of this bill into law, there's a 2,500 seat stadium that will be built that people can play soccer, rugby, or football. By the way, the soccer league wants this thing to happen. Also, the Hotel and Restaurant Association, because they want to bring tourists in here or teams to use it. And if this is passed, and every mayor, if there's one group of people that can really push for help in the public sector, is our mayors, because they have such limited means. But if we give the mayors this opportunity to go look for someone to donate to fix up their gym or their baseball park or their basketball court, and the result of all this is that we have all these nice facilities for our young people that are our future to go to make use of to keep themselves out of trouble. We have a stadium and multi-use facility for the arts, where it's not FD, but it'll be every public high school team or any village team that would be using it as well. Now you weigh that and the history so far of these offsets and how they have actually made things actually happen, and you weigh that against the potential loss of $5 million. Don't you think it's worth it? Mind you, some of you who've talked here this evening, I cringed even, I hate to say it, I cringed even more when they had this increase of pay for the teachers. I wanted the teachers to get paid. They had their full restoration of increments plus the 14% increase. That's 20%. That's basically 20% increase. The impact of the budget was about $15 million. But it was important. Education was important. If we fund the pay raises for these teachers, and by the way, I was concerned because it did have an impact, and it is in the budget. That's why we raised the budget. But the whole reason for why we did this thing, which was budgetarily tough, especially in these times of a bad economy, we did it because we wanted to have teachers that wouldn't run over to Didea or wouldn't leave off island, but we wanted to have qualified teachers that can instruct our young students for the future. That was much more expensive than this offset. Isn't it really more important is what happens, what is the end result? My dear colleagues, the end result, if we pass this piece of legislation, something's going to happen. This nonprofit will push, and there will be a beautiful stadium built, and GW and JFK and Southern and any Manilao team or any other team will be using it. If it's passed into law, I'm sure you're going to have Mayor Nito Blas, Mayor Wesley, you name it, any mayor from north to south will go to some business or some organization and say, hey, can you help me with repair of my gym? It's going to get done. Those tax dollars are directed, but in the humble opinion of the chairman of finance and taxation, at least we know where it's going. It's going to a public good. It's going to our youth. It's going to our future. So, my dear colleagues, I ask you for your support in Bill number 397. Thank you very much.
Sitio Spasi, Senator Calvo. Also to speak on Bill 397, former Vice Speaker Frank Ogden. Not yet. Senator Judy Wampet, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all of my previous colleagues, of course, who spoke eloquently on the bill. I will not belabor the point, and I really will get to the point of just highlight basically some of the reasons why I have very serious concerns about this bill. And I will not beat around the bush, and I will tell you on the onset is that I am not in favor of this bill. I am not in favor of this bill for various reasons based on the testimonies that have been presented to us, based on my readings as well, and more importantly, I think because of other reasons in terms of where the finance people and the government of Guam have indicated why that this would be a bad move for this body to undertake. And I will not belabor it because I know that my colleagues have mentioned this, but these are the compelling reasons in which why I will not support this bill. One, because, and most importantly, is the violation of the Organic Act, where, of course, there's the prohibition of using any public funds. And so that's one. The second is that there is this discrimination where we are actually going to give money now to one particular and most importantly, a sectarian institution, tax credits of up to $5 million. In the bill, there's also a provision in which, yes, for the mayors, that they should be able to participate in having their facilities repaired, and that there will be a tax rebate as well for that, a tax credit. And talk about discrimination. $80,000 for any one of the communities, but $5 million for a Catholic school gym. That's my second reason. The third is that if we truly had a lot of money, then I can understand the reason for having to give any tax rebates. Most importantly, revenue and taxation has indicated that Guam can no longer afford to lose revenues in the general fund. And just looking at September 2005 and September 2006, 1 month alone, the government basically lost in gross receipt tax $590,000. For the entire year, the government lost. There's a decrease of $3.3 million, almost $4 million, and now we're going to then give these tax credit of up to $5 million, then that will then be accumulation of $9 million very easily, not even counting the $80,000 per mayors or per village. So, I mean, we talk about wanting to give monies to education, we want to give money to public safety, and to the hospital. Those are the top priorities, and this legislature has made those a priority. But whenever we continue to deplete whatever revenue resources there are, then slowly then what we're doing is we're denying or we're making ourselves unable to give monies to those departments and agencies to operate. The fourth is that there are other obligations that the government has not even been able to pay up, such as the COLA, over $123 million. There's the EITC. There are tax refunds, not just for this year, but even the prior years. There are vendor payments that have not even been paid. There's the retirement that departments and agencies have not even been able to pay, and that's why we have government employees who cannot retire. Should I say more? I mean, we're in a really dire strait of not having the monies. Maybe, yes, in 10 years when this island will be booming because everybody is counting the money already that's going to be here in Guam. So is the idea to give these monies now because 10 years from now there will be a lot more monies coming into Guam? I should really hope not. The other argument that has compelled me to stand in opposition to this bill is that we're looking at a double type of a benefit, so to speak. Is that one, the companies who are going to be doing this will be getting a tax rebate, and then more importantly, they can actually turn right around because it is a sectarian institution, can go around and say and claim that they have given a charitable contribution in the same amount in their tax return. So Mr. Speaker, real quickly, of course, and to the point, without having to say, of course, a lot more, because I know my colleagues have done that, is that these are reasons for me to oppose then Bill 397. And I really hope my colleagues will seriously reconsider this because monies are not growing on our coconut trees.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, Vice Speaker Ogden, were you planning to speak on this? Yeah, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to comment on Bill number 397. You know, Mr. Speaker, I just received a call about 10 minutes ago from a very close friend of mine who was questioning or expressing his concern about this particular measure. And he was inquiring about my position and how I would react in terms of voting or not voting for this measure. And my initial response was, when this legislation was initially introduced, and I received a call from a friend, a former graduate of Father Duenas, asking me to support it, I had expressed some initial concerns about the direct tie and link between FDMS and the government of Guam making a direct contribution. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it was a legitimate concern, and it continues to stand as a legitimate concern as expressed by a number of our colleagues this evening. But I look at it from a different perspective. I look at it from a perspective of public benefit. And even during the course of the public hearing, when one of the individuals, the witnesses that provided testimony, had mentioned his concern about the Organic Act or the constitutionality of this measure, and had also mentioned and made a statement to the extent that if in fact this legislation is passed, that he may have to resort to legal means to challenge it. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, towards the end of that public hearing, I believe that he had a better understanding as to the extent and the impact that Bill number 397 will have on the island community. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I look at it from a perspective of the government of Guam entering into a public-private / non-profit partnership relationship and allowing for a contribution of up to $3.5 million in funds that would otherwise come directly into the government of Guam coffers. Then you ask yourself the question, why would we want to do that when we need resources elsewhere? Our good colleague from Pt1 had highlighted that in fact the numbers have escalated to approximately $137 million in budget deficit just for fiscal year 06 alone. And yes, that's an exacerbated situation. Yes, that calls for some immediate action on the part of members of this body, as well as members of the administration and the executive branch, to ensure that not only do we recognize that additional revenues are going to be coming into the government of Guam coffers in terms of the economic activity out there, but we also have to tighten the purse strings in terms of allocating resources. Then the question is, so why would you even consider the possibility of entertaining a measure that would take $3.48 million from the government coffers and give it to a nonprofit organization in a partnership relationship to construct a sports / recreational facility? It comes back, Mr. Speaker, to a statement that two words that I had applied a little earlier: public benefit. When you look at present situations, I believe it was already mentioned that the Paseo Stadium, although there have been some serious concerns about the relationship between the contractor and the administrator of that particular program over the course of upgrading that facility, despite that facility has been upgraded to an extent, to a level where in fact the public can ultimately benefit and use that facility. When we talk about the Weddingale Rugby Field, another facility, public parcel of property, that this legislature many years ago ventured out and said, why don't we give this particular parcel of property to this nonprofit organization, this sports organization, so that they can develop it, build it, and use it, and ultimately benefit the community. Well, Mr. Speaker, many of us can go up there and visit the facility, and we've seen, although it took a few more years than they had originally anticipated, we have a field that many of the rugby players can say that they feel comfortable playing in. We don't even have to move any further than the village of Deridu, the Harmon Sports Complex, in which several years ago, this legislative body similarly entered into arrangement, allowing a nonprofit sports organization, the Soccer Association, to be able to assume responsibility and administration of that parcel of property on behalf of the people of Guam. That particular facility, Mr. Speaker, has already entertained in excess, I believe, of 2 or 3 major regional soccer tournaments that were officially recognized worldwide. That was the result of legislation that was introduced, that was passed by this body, that allowed for the creation and the establishment of a nonprofit organization / private partnership with the government of Guam. And then we move on to the so-called Vice Speaker's Raceway Park that many of us perhaps have had the opportunity to be able to visit that facility. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when you see thousands of our younger generation visit that facility because of the exhibits as well as some of the races that take place up there, when you see thousands of other people, individuals, participating and watching and enjoying and appreciating that particular facility, it brings to mind why this particular legislation is being proffered and is being advocated for. Because it's situations like those in which members of previous legislatures had stepped outside of the box and said, why don't we try to look at providing a reasonable, or in one case, a world-class recreational facility for the people of Guam so that our people can enjoy it. We've seen the fruits of some of those programs, Mr. Speaker. We've seen how it's benefited the sports programs as they apply to rugby as well as soccer, and in this particular case with the Paseo Stadium, baseball. We've also seen the Raceway Park and how that has benefited the community, although some of us can argue to what extent it's benefited the community over benefiting others, other special interests related to that facility. It comes back to Bill number 397, Mr. Speaker. Here is another legislation that, although at the initial thought and conversation with the individual that was advocating this from the FDMS perspective, I had reservations. I still have some slight concerns about the questions that have been brought up by a number of our colleagues regarding whether, in fact, such a contribution can be made to a religious organization. So I still have some slight concerns as it applies to that. But when I heard from an attorney during the course of the public hearing that concern can be alleviated and has been alleviated by virtue of looking at allowing a nonprofit organization the opportunity to be able to administer the program. So in essence, it would be the government of Guam establishing that partner with that nonprofit organization, not FDMS, although FDMS still owns the property, and it's a religious organization. In this case, it's a sports organization, a nonprofit organization that it's called the Guam Athletic and Sports Foundation Limited. That obviously is going to still be influenced tremendously by representatives and officials from the school, FDMS. But in this case, I think when you look at the nonprofit status, you look at what we're trying to do, you look at the amount of contribution that is being provided to our community, and you look at the end result and the end benefit, we will, based on the general concept that has been shared by representatives of this organization, that we will have a world-class facility that will be accessible, that will be utilized, and that will be enjoyed and appreciated by the entire island of Guam. Not a specific segment of individuals who only attend that facility, or not only because of individuals that dictate who can utilize the field, but that's going to ultimately benefit sports on island even more, but most especially benefit the people of Guam. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, if we look at $3.48 million in terms of whether we want to call it tax abatement or tax rebate or tax credits, whatever terminology we want to utilize, it's $3.48 million that will be contributed directly towards the construction of a world-class facility that would ultimately benefit our children and our sports and our athletes and the entire people of Guam. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to ask my colleague I will return his call a little later because apparently one of our colleagues in the hallway is giving me a call. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it really boils down to that. There's another component, though, that I found quite interesting that was incorporated into this legislation shortly after the public hearing. And that was the provision, or that is the provision here, that would allow for the Mayor's Council of Guam to also benefit as a result of contributions from contractors or individuals or businesses that will repair, renovate, construct existing recreational facilities or sports facilities in the 19 villages island-wide, Mr. Speaker. It's an interesting idea. It's an innovative idea that's going to result in approximately $1.5 million being forgiven or being provided as a tax credit, but it's going to be a program that would further reach out to every single village in this island community so that our sports enthusiasts as well as our people and our members of the community and our residents can ultimately benefit from a revamped and upgraded recreational or sports facility. And that I think, Mr. Speaker, was a deal maker, so to speak, to be able to get the mayors to endorse this particular project. But regardless, it's an idea that I believe can work very effectively in terms of allowing the mayors to work with contractors or to work with businesses out there so that we can see many of these facilities upgraded or expanded and repaired for the benefit of our people in the 19 villages. So you look at the entire legislation of Bill number 397, and you look at the tax credit proposal of $3.48 million to this nonprofit organization that would move in the direction of constructing a world-class sports recreational facility that the entire community can be proud of and the entire community can have access to and can ultimately benefit from it. You look at the other part of this legislation that would reach out to every single resident in this community by allowing mayors to be able to take up to $80,000 of tax credit in partnership with contractors and businesses to revamp or improve or to repair their respective facilities in their villages. I think that coupled with the original concept, is ultimately going to further strengthen sports here in our island and our community. And with that in mind, I certainly stand in full support of Bill number 397, despite some of the concerns and the reservations that have been raised. But Mr. Speaker, if I can beg your indulgence and request the opportunity to be able to come back with an amendment, because I was looking at all of these provisions as it applies to the construction of the sports facility. And one deals with the tax credit, the other one deals with the nonprofit organization, another subsection deals with the determination of the contribution amount, and that one term or one phrase that I applied a little earlier, public benefit, I think is very critical in this equation in terms of ensuring that it continues to have my support. I did speak to the sponsor of this legislation and I asked his concurrence to incorporating a language here that would assure the people of Guam that in fact this is a facility that's not going to only be maintained by a nonprofit organization, but it's going to have our public and our people are going to have direct access to the use of this facility. So I beg your indulgence to return momentarily with that amendment, and then I will conclude there. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, with your consideration.
In observation of your request, we'll take a 1 minute break for you. Go ahead and put your amendment in written form. We'll be in recess. The legislature is back in session. Senator Ogden, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleagues for their patience. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to provide an amendment to the proposed legislation bill number 397. It would read, it would add a new subsection E is hereby added to section 2, line 3, page 5 to read as follows. The Guam Athletic and Sports Foundation Limited shall work collectively with local sports organizations to include village and public/private school sports groups to provide reasonable access and use for public benefit. And I ask our colleagues to please consider this and extend their support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
On the motion, is there any discussion? Senator Klitzky?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to oppose this. First of all, I don't know the Guam Athletic and Sports Association from Adams off Fox. I don't know if it was incorporated yesterday or 40 years ago. I don't know who the incorporators are. I don't know if the incorporators are, as an example, the principal of Father Duenas High School, the superintendent of Catholic schools, or who, because anyone is capable of incorporating a nonprofit association. The fact that it's a nonprofit association does not clothe it in some sort of virtue. In fact, if you remember some of our recent history in the mainland, some of the biggest scams were pulled by nonprofit associations. I'm not saying that that's what we have to deal with here. I'm just addressing the fact that we don't know anything at all about the Guam Athletic and Sports Foundation. But even if we did, even if we were talking about, say, the Red Cross or the American Legion or the Young Men's League of Guam or some organization that we know a great deal about, why would they do this? It says the foundation shall work collectively with local sports organizations to include village, public, and private schools to provide reasonable access and use for public benefit. What happens if they don't want to? Nothing. So, if in fact we were dealing with a situation that was secular instead of sacred, we wouldn't have to worry about this. If we were dealing with the government, a government-run sports facility, we don't concern ourselves with things like that because that's just what the government does. But if you take a private organization and you have to tell them to do this, I think that really underscores some of the things that we've heard in this hall tonight as far as the misgivings of some of the members. But finally, if they don't do it, what happens to them? Do they forfeit their charter as a nonprofit organization? Are the board members of the corporation civilly liable? Are they criminally liable? Nothing happens. So, for many of the reasons I can't support the bill, I can't support this amendment either, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amendment? If none, there's been an objection raised. As many as are in favor, please raise your right hand. Yeah, to ask if anyone had any other comments. Speaker? I'm sorry, Senator Ogden, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just to close on this amendment, I certainly would like to request my colleagues for their consideration in this. I think that it's general in nature, that it focuses on public benefit. Now, if there's a need to define exactly what public benefit is, then by all means, I would encourage us to make that appropriate amendment. But, Mr. Speaker, just to bring to the attention of our colleagues, the Guam Athletic and Sports Foundation is the entity in which will be responsible for ensuring that, in fact, the tax credit are appropriately applied. If you look at the proposed legislation, it reads that determination of contribution amount that this particular organization would be part of that consideration. Also, the approval, subsection D, approval of contributions. The Guam Athletic and Sports Foundation Limited or its designee shall be responsible for verifying. So that's one of the reasons why the amendment was specific in nature to allow for that focus in terms of if in fact this is going to be the nonprofit organization that will be administering this sports facility as well as all of the respective activities associated with the use of that facility, then it would only be appropriate that that particular entity be identified in terms of moving in the direction of ensuring public benefits as defined, as previously stated in my statements. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
On the amendment, again, there's been an objection raised. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Amendment fails. On the main bill, we have Senator Respicio and then Senator Lujan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to all of our colleagues that stood up in support of this bill, I have to rise to register my objection. And I'm following the discussion on this particular bill number 397, and a lot of the arguments that were made that this is really a public benefit. The first thing that causes me to think otherwise is that the property will still belong in private hands. Now, if they really wanted to make this a public benefit, and if the desire was really to provide a state-of-the-art sports facility, then perhaps they can donate the property. Or maybe we can look further down from Father Dueñas Memorial High School, and there's land right in between the University of Guam and George Washington High School, where we wouldn't have to worry about whether or not people will have access to these kinds of sports facilities and not have to wonder whether or not the nonprofit organization will remain true to their word that this is exactly what would happen. Mr. Speaker, I also feel compelled to register my concerns just so that my concerns aren't misunderstood. I have nothing against Father Dueñas High School. I think it's a fine private high school. In fact, I think it's a private high school that my 2-year-old son would end up going to, so I probably won't have a say in that decision. I'm a product of public high school, but I know that now that I have a young child, I believe that that's where my son will go from elementary on. And so, Mr. Speaker, the only other consideration is the timing of this bill. We've heard the senator from Pt1 send us a dear colleague letter that for the fiscal year 2006, we've increased the deficit alone by up to $137 million, almost 40% increase in one fiscal year. And then we heard the chairman of Office of Finance and Budget say that perhaps that increase was due to the COLA settlement that was recently decided by the courts. But yet, if you follow that logic, that deficit should be even higher because then the $90 million EITC settlement should have also been factored in. And so, obviously, as a basis, we already know, Mr. Speaker, that this government cannot do something like this to provide a $5 million tax break for this and then $1.5 million to all the mayors of the different villages on island. The intention is well understood. It's a really good idea. I think it's a far-reaching piece of legislation. But then they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and I'm concerned that if we do something like this and if we continue to erode our tax base, this is basically an indirect way of appropriating taxpayer money. We're saying that if they do X and Y, then they'll get Z, and that's exactly what Bill 397 is attempting here. We're not, it's very different from appropriating $5 million and hoping that this government will actually get the cash to be able to do this. We're offering a tax break for anyone who meets these criteria that are set out in Bill 397. So if this ever became law, we can automatically expect $5 million less into our treasury, as well as at least $1.5 million, giving all the different mayors an $80,000 tax break to do the very same thing. I'm not opposed to having state-of-the-art sports facilities, particularly from my perspective that prevention and education is the number one solution to dealing with the drug and alcohol problem here on the island. But when you do something like this and then you don't maximize any revenue collection efforts into the government of Guam by just simply giving out the eroding the tax base and saying that we're doing this in the interest of the children, and yet on the other hand, when we say we fully fund education and yet underfund and then not have those appropriations given to the Guam public school system, to the Guam Community College, to the University of Guam, I think we're doing a disservice to the community as a whole. I think, Mr. Speaker, what I've been hearing, the response to Senator Cruz's concern with why isn't this legislature addressing the huge, enormous fiscal crisis facing the island, and the solution seems to be, we'll let the 29th Guam legislature deal with it. So I would expect to see that Bill 397 will be addressed by the next legislature. I'm hoping that the issue doesn't go away. I'm hoping that the people who aspire to do something like this don't go away. But I'm hoping that when we do something at the end of the day, it's not doing something that would erode the tax base and not allow this legislature to realize on its commitments to the true priorities of this government: health, education, and public safety. So I rise in opposition to the bill, and I really understand all the pros for it, but in my mind's eye, the cons outweigh anything that we can think that is good for 397. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Recepcion. Senator Lujan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, over the years, there's not one in this body and previous bodies that have not stood up in front of people that had said, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, you know, as I listen to the arguments tonight, and democracy is really at work here tonight, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the different opinions, and that's great. And over the public hearing, the different opinions had formulated a better bill. I'm hoping tonight that we'll be able to convince some of our colleagues who are in opposition of the bill to be able to see a different light. You know, Mr. Speaker, numerous speakers have stood up and said, we're eroding the revenue source. Like this particular bill is just going to have money dissipate and it's going to go away. It's not going to happen. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me say that the money is not going to dissipate. The money is going to go to build a facility in the terms of a tax rebate to companies or individuals that want to do that. It's not going to dissipate. Something will be built. Let me take you back, Mr. Speaker. Let me take you back to the Micronesian Games that we almost didn't have because this government was too entrenched and derelict of its duties to the people of Guam. Look at Southern High swimming pool, Mr. Speaker. How much do we spend in the state-of-the-art school? And education is a priority. And we've given money continuously, but has it ever been addressed to fix that swimming pool? Mr. Speaker, in the Micronesian Games, when we were scrambling, when this government was scrambling because this games was coming in about a week or so, and we didn't have the fields ready in time, or not going to be ready in time for the opening for the Parade of Nations, GW High School and GW High School and John F. Kennedy High School, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government again was derelict in its duty, and the fact that this government has signed off with the company that was going to put those track in because this government did not allow the procurement time to build that track to its specifications. And no sooner did the Parade of Nations happen at John F. or GW High School did that track start falling apart. Because there were certain criteria in which this track needed to be laid down. There were certain temperature readings that need to be made in order for the different layers in which this track were to be laid. But because the procurement came at such a final hour, that this government has said, hey, put it in regardless of what we have to do. Regardless of what we have to do, put it in. And the company that was in charge of putting it in said, we're not going to put it in if you're going to hold us liable to such a thing. So we said, okay, we're not going to hold you liable. We're going to sign off the liability clause there. And instead, we're going to take this upon ourselves. So no sooner did the Parade of Nations happen, Mr. Speaker, that the track started falling apart. And this government has done such a wonderful job in maintaining GW Field, the track, and such a wonderful job in maintaining the JFK track, and such a wonderful job in maintaining Southern High School swimming pool, and such a wonderful job in maintaining the Fine Arts Theater in Southern High, the state-of-the-art school, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just concluded an election. How many in this body and our other colleagues that were not fortunate enough to be elected stood in private entities, at the soccer field, at the raceway? We support sports. We need to get off the kids off the streets. I want to thank the good author of the legislation that built the raceway track, Senator Casper Bauer, and his vision on that. And he had a hard time getting that passed. But now, every election, and sometimes some of us, the only times we go there is the election time. We support you. We support sports. We support your endeavors. How many lives, Mr. Speaker, has that raceway park saved? How many lives instead would have gone to the power poles that they may have hit? To the racing that was done in their village streets and our major highways? How many lives has that raceway park saved? On any day, and I'm not just going to say on Saturdays and Sundays up at the soccer field up in Dededo, because it's every day that those fields are packed. Almost any day of the week, you go to the rugby field over by Weddingale, and that field is packed. Thank God we have those fields. Thank God that entities, private entities, nonprofit organizations had took it upon themselves. Because if we were going to rely on this government, Mr. Speaker, the wonderful job that it continues to do to the track at GW and JFK, but it takes a village to raise a child. Well, who's the village? I guess village is everybody else. It's not us. Well, my colleagues in this legislature, we are the village that particular old African adage is saying. We are the village that will raise this child. You know, we have this graffiti laws. I mean, the legislature can't wait to get into session to come up with these laws that make you can't do this, or you're going to go to jail, or we're going to put your parents in jail. We're in a hurry to do that after the fact. And we all stand up and say, hey, we support preventive programs, preventive medicine, preventive programs. We support that. We have a piece of legislation here that does just that. It's not the timing is bad. The timing is bad because the money's going to disappear. It's going to disappear. Well, let me see when this facility is built, if this bill passes, and I hope my colleagues will pass this. Let me see if this bill is passed. How many in this body and the next body will be lining up to cut that ribbon because we have a state-of-the-art facility? Oh, let's get pictures. Let's jock to get in the front page that we had something to do with this, because we're all for preventive measures. Like it's going to disappear. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I talk about kids, I talk about kids of Guam, whether they come from public or private schools or Dodea schools. These are products of Guam. You know, GVB constantly says we need to perfect our product. We need to perfect our product in order to continue to entice tourists to come to Guam. Well, let me just say that there's no better way or means to entice or increase or improve your product than improving the lives of your people. That is your true product. That is your true product. A product of Guam is your people. And this government has been derelict in its duty in taking care of its people. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, I'm going to pay my respects to a gentleman who lost his life because he was hit from behind as he was out cycling. Mr. Speaker, there are laws in the book that says bike lanes need to be constructed in this island. Has this government done anything? Has not this government been derelict of its duty? Yet we support the sports. We support it. You know, when John Hattick was taken into the pros with the Toronto Blue Jays, we couldn't wait to congratulate, and well-deserving. How many John Hatticks are there out there in Guam, on our island of our people, that could be helped along because we have good facilities? Let me just say that as someone who benefited from sports, as I traveled not just in Pacific Rim, but pretty much all over the world as a professional athlete as well as a coach, let me just say that in the most depressed nations in the world, let me tell you, the one thing that they have, that their citizens can come together and be very proud of, is their sports facilities and their sports teams. Just recently in the newspaper, for years, since the Iraqi war, they didn't have their soccer teams were dismantled and all that. Just recently they put together. The Americans had come in and gave them some hope. And these teams have now assembled, and now they have a national team. They just recently competed, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the Asian Games, where they placed second. And they said, you know what? If we had a lot more time and even better facilities, we would have been a lot better. But they competed with nations. They competed with nations that they were at war with. They competed with nations that had terrorists that were coming up and blowing people up. But that one time during the games, it brought nations together. It brought nations together. And what did that? It wasn't its politicians. Because politicians continue to be derelict to its duties when it comes to its citizens. But in sports, that's what happened. If only for a few days those countries got together, lives were saved. Some of those Iraqis were saved because they weren't in danger. So say it's the wrong time. It's the wrong time. You know, the 27th Guam Legislature, Mr. Speaker, as we were dissecting the GVB budget and all that, I mean, we were going up and down, in and out. We need to make amendments for this and that. We have to have this committee and all that. And we had a sports tourism committee. We need to think outside the box. No longer can we rely on just the regular tourists that are coming in here, the silver market or the office lady that it's called. Let's get into sports tourism. All right, that's the thing. And let me just say that right now, as we speak, Las Vegas as well is really, really awakening to the fact that sports tourism is a big thing. And a lot of sports now, a lot of federations, a lot of different sports are going now to Las Vegas for that. Exclusively for that, Mr. Speaker. Going back to the 27th, when we amended to include sports tourism. Let's do this. Let's make sure this is done. Let's push sports tourism. Well, we've talked the talk. We've written the bill. It passed into law. Now you have legislation that would do just that. But yet, it's the wrong time. The money's going to disappear. How many of us have ever been invited to pro teams that are having exhibitions, say, in the Leo Palace? Oh, wow, fantastic facility. Look at that. Fantastic, isn't it? Isn't it something? And when you go up there and you see the well-maintained facilities, and you look at that, wow, am I in Guam? Because we don't see facilities here in Guam like that. That should be everywhere, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, going back, one of the reasons why I ran for office, not necessarily the legislature, but back when I tried to serve in the Education Policy Board, I was elected, it was eliminated. I was appointed, it was eliminated. Then I was elected again to the 4th District, it was eliminated on Constitution and all that. I tried to serve, but I wasn't allowed to serve. But the main reason why I ran for that board, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that as I looked at programs that were continuously cut from the public school systems, they were programs that said that holistic learning was not the key. They cut out phys ed, sports. You don't have to pay the coaches. They're not quite important. They're not as important in than math or English and all that. Well, let me just say that to think that way is not educating the child holistically. You have to teach the child holistically. There was at one time a requirement to have elementary phys ed. It was removed. First thing that was cut, all those things like that. Yet now we're coming back. This body had passed a bill, which I co-authored as well, in regards to what do we call it? The BMI. Because our population, our kids are getting too obese. Those kids, they're just eating too much. But we had laws in the book. We've taken away. Because it's not quite important. Sports and physical education are not quite important. No, they're not. But let's come up with bills because our kids are getting too obese. Sports important. Let's put sports tourism. But when we have a mechanism to drive that, it's the wrong time. It's the wrong time. We built a state-of-the-art school. Hey, build the state-of-the-art. We found out, I think they almost didn't use the swimming pool because the measurement wasn't right. Shortly thereafter, the Micronesian Games, that's a pool. Yet education is important. Look at the Fine Arts Theater. You know, I had kids that came over to my office a week before last, raising money because they needed band instruments. Well, let me tell you, I was in band. I played keyboards as well as drums when I was in middle school or junior high at the time, in high school, okay? We never had to fundraise for our instruments. And almost, if I'm not mistaken, every other year, we had new band equipment. Trombone, saxophone, cornets, flutes, drums, drum heads, drumsticks. But now they have to fundraise. And I say there's something wrong with this picture. Here we are, almost 40 years later, yet we've digressed. They don't have equipment. Yet we have band class. We have phys ed class that we don't really take serious because it's not quite important. Mr. Speaker, how many of us remember the times when I remember, and Speaker Forbes remembers because he and I played football together in Guam Islanders. How many times did we, after school, and Speaker Forbes at the time, Mark Forbes at the time was an FD student. I was, I think even before that. We go back. I got to digress now. I was with GW Junior High with Zagata Johnston now. We're junior high then, and later on high school. And we waited in our prospective stops where our coaches will pick us up in his pickup truck and will take us to either Anderson Field, NCS Field, or Naval Station Field, and sometimes NCS Field. We really didn't have a football field outside. You know, Mr. Speaker, the impending military buildup here, we all know, and most of us have been into the military facilities right now. They're getting ready. They're expanding. They're building homes. They're building facilities. Look at their gymnasiums. Look at their gymnasiums. Go to Anderson. Go to Naval Hospital. Go to Big Navy. This is for their residents. This is for their military. This is for their military personnel. Okay. Mr. Speaker, can you tell me how many public gyms we have here for our community, for the civilian community? Can you tell me that, Mr. Speaker? I don't think so. Are we saying, again, Mr. Speaker, are we going to have those days now that when our residents, in order for our residents to have good facilities, that they're going to have to, because at the time it was easier to get into the military installations. There wasn't 9/11, there wasn't terrorist or concerns at the time. So it's not quite easy to be able to go on base now to play in their fields or to utilize their gymnasiums. Are you going to tell me now that when the impending military buildup that we have here, that our residents will be subjected to very substandard facilities, yet we're going to have to beg to try to get into military facilities in order to have a standard facility, a good facility? I say, if we allow that to happen, Mr. Speaker, that is again a derelict of duty of this government. This government, ladies, Mr. Speaker, must do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's not about who is going to school, and you know, earlier the statement was made that only the privileged get to go to these schools. Well, let me tell you, and it's probably within this body, how many of us who know of families who are struggling to put their students in private schools because because that's what they do. That's what they want to do. They're not well-to-do, but they're struggling. Private schools, Dodeo schools are assets to our community. They teach our population. They teach our people. They contribute to the learning and the teaching of our people. They're perfecting the Guam product. Perfecting the Guam product. And this Guam product, wherever it goes, we hope it decides to stay here. But wherever it goes, it was educated here in Guam. That athlete trained here in Guam. Can we say that now? A lot of times we've been saying it. And the reason why we say that is because now we have entities that are being built by the private sector being able to do that. Providing. As we stand there and we cut the ribbon and Jocto, who gets closest to the camera, and say, well, we support you. We support you, but this is the wrong time to do it. Wrong time. Bob. Well, you know, sometimes we speak with forked tongues, right? You know, Mr. Speaker, again, as was earlier said, previous speakers had said they were almost sick to have to talk on this thing. Well, it sickens me too that we have a bill to be able to perfect a Guam product. And a Guam product, it's its people, its residents, its youth. But not only youth utilize these facilities. There's adult leagues. Adult leagues that utilize this. All ages. You go up there any time of the day. Now when you go there, because it's the Christmas holiday, you see a lot of kids. There's camps going on everywhere. Parking just got paved. A beautiful facility. Hundreds of kids, hundreds of families out there. Because now we're providing for this community. It's something that we said we wanted to do. You know, as oversight chair of GURA, we're looking, and hopefully this next term we'll be able to groundbreak on a swimming pool for Dededo. We've been working on it for this past couple of years to be able to find the grant, and Dededo qualifies for that. My concern is that would we be able to maintain that facility? Because we're noted in building. We build state of the art. But yet we cannot maintain the state of the art and continue to have that. So, Mr. Speaker, again, Senator Calvo had eloquently stated the entanglement issue, and he tackled that issue. And again, the gentleman that spoke about the litigation that may happen if this were to go to court and be forced to. Actually, he didn't say just be forced to take a litigation. He said he's gonna have the FBI and the U.S. Attorney look into this. Yeah, that's fine. But I think towards the end of the public hearing, I think he felt a little better as to where this was going. He had a better understanding. But if he chooses to, again, call upon the FBI or the U.S. Attorney to look into this, that's fine. Don't use public funds. You're taking away from the kids. The old adage again, it takes a village to raise a child. I guess everybody else is the village. You're not the village. It's high time that this body, again, because, again, this is going on my third term. I'm completing my second term. In 4 years, we have been talking the talk. We have been talking the talk. We need to continue that by walking the walk. Because let me just say that when this facility opens up, and I hope again that this will pass, I hope that you find it in your hearts that this, in essence, perfects the Guam product. The GVB couldn't have said it better. How do you perfect your product? By perfecting the population you have, perfecting what you have. And this goes a long ways to doing that. We've had teams. We've had the U.S. swim team come out here, look at facilities. In 2008, we have the Olympic Games in Beijing. We've had teams come out here to look at facilities so their teams can train out here to get acclimated. They feel safe out here. We're U.S. They speak the language, use our currency. They want to get acclimated. The only facility really they've kind of looked at, they looked at some public facilities. Leo Palace is one of the areas that highly looked at. But what else do we have? What other products do we have? We don't have that much. Sports tourism. Oh, we need to add another leg into our tourism base. Sports tourism. This is the way to do it, my colleagues. So again, I ask that you think of everything that we said over the years. Think of everything that we said in the elections that just passed or in past elections, where we said we supported facilities. This is the bill, this is the instrument to be able to get us there. Money doesn't disappear. As a matter of fact, this will generate revenue. Money doesn't disappear. You'll see it. You'll see the taxpayers' money at work. It's going to be there. As Senator Calvo had said earlier, that the instrument in which public schools can avail themselves to tax rebates itself is here. It's Public Law 27114. Gross receipts tax credit for construction, development, upgrading, repair, and maintenance of gymnasiums. Up to $1 million. How many high schools do we have? 4. How many middle schools do we have? 7. You put that together, $1 million each, that's 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 million dollars. Has anybody availed themselves to it? Their main concern is the maintenance thereof. The maintenance thereof those places. Look at what we have given to our community. We've built the gyms. We've given previous legislatures have given money to the village mayors to build their gyms and their fields. Every year they come to us. They need this. They need that. This is a vehicle to be able to help them maintain. They can go out. They can go out and ask individuals or companies to be able to put that backboard that they've been needing, or put a net under their basket. To put lines, or maybe a couple seats, maybe not even bleachers. But yet, especially closer to election time, teams will come up to us and say, "Can you sponsor us?" "Oh yeah. Can you put my name on your jersey, so that when I go out there, I see my name?" Yeah, I'll give you a jersey. I'll give you shorts. But when it's time to be able to build a facility for them to be able to show off their jerseys and their uniforms, it's the wrong time. Well, I don't know who we're giving this money to. Martians? These are our people. These are our kids. Your kids. Some of you have young kids. Well, let me just say, as a recipient, as someone who's benefited from a community building and helping a individual and kids, my family, my kids have benefited from the old adage of the old African proverb of, it takes a village to raise a child. And I want no less for any child here in Guam to have. I want them to have the opportunities that kids have in the 15 or the 50 contiguous states. We are no less Americans, and we should provide our residents with the best facilities that we can possibly have. We need more John Hattocks out there. And a good way to do this is be able, again, is put your words into action. And let's start walking the walk. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to just again encourage my colleagues here tonight to vote and look within your hearts and souls. Because this one, your money doesn't disappear. The money doesn't disappear. It goes to preventive measures, not reactive measures, but preventive. Let's do good. Let's do good to the community. Let's do good to the people of Guam, to the residents of Guam, to the product of Guam. Let's truly perfect Guam's product. We say our kids are our future. Well, it's in your hands, our hands tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the main bill, are there any further speakers? If there are none, on the motion to place bill number 397 in third reading, there is an objection. Take a 1-minute recess. need the vote. We need to call people to vote. They're going to vote.
There is a motion. Okay, there's a motion to send it down to third. There has been objection. So we need to have a show of hands. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The motion fails. We're going to take just a brief recess, or perhaps not so brief.
Can call for reconsideration.
Okay. Could the clerks provide me with some guidance as to the order?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, did you accept that motion?
Yes, I did. And I said without objection.
No. If you haven't, if you haven't accepted that motion, can we go back to motion? Then go down to third reading?
Oh, you want to go back to motions?
Yeah.
All right. How about a motion to go to motions? Can we have? Are you making that motion, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed back to motions.
Okay, back to motions. Any objection? Okay, motion carries.
I like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker, that we allow the outgoing senators to get their name, the nameplate.
We're talking about the desk name plates.
By the end of this session.
Okay. On that motion, is there any objection?
Okay, so I so move to go down to third reading.
Okay. On the motion to go down to third reading, is there any objection? There being none, we're down to third reading. Okay. Bill 250.
Bill number 250 EC introduced by R.J. Respicio, Mark Force, B.J.F. Cruz, and others. An act to officially name the area now referred to as the Dedido Flea Market.
Just a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Just to follow the rules, I move that we vote on the bills without engrossment.
Sounds good. Any objection? No objection, so ordered. Continue. I think you'd already got past the sponsorship. Just continue with the
An
time.
act to officially name the area now referred to as the Dedido Flea Market as the Mayor Jose A. Rivera Marketplace, and to have a plaque placed on the site commemorating the late Mayor Rivera's role in establishing the market as a benefit for the residents of Dedido.
Roll call.
Senator Ogden, Senator Brown, Senator Caldwell, Senator Benjamin Cruz, Senator Michael Cruz, Speaker Forbes,
Aye.
Senator Casper Barr, Senator Klitsky, Senator Lujan, Senator Palacios, Senator Respicio, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Ompinko, Senator Wampat.
The vote on Bill 250C, 12 yeas. We have 2 out during roll call. Even though we are in the middle of voting, I'm wondering if someone would like to make a motion about it, excusing.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Senator Mike Cruz and Senator Frank Huggen Jr. be excused.
Is there any objection to that? Okay. Then we will reflect this on the voting sheet. 12 yeas, 2 excused absences. Bill number 250 EC has been duly passed by Minibinti Otsan listed on Guam. On bill number 408.
Bill number 408 EC, introduced by Mark Forbes and others, an act to zone the previously unzoned lot number 429-3 in Asset to an agricultural A zone.
Roll call.
Senator Uggan, Senator Brown, Senator Calvo, Senator Benjamin Cruz, Senator Michael Cruz, Speaker Forbes,
Aye.
Senator Casper Barr, Senator Klitsky, Senator Lohan, Senator Palacios, Senator Respicio, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Mpinko, Senator Wampat.
The vote on bill number 480C is 12 yeas, 2 excused absences. Bill number 480C has been duly passed by Minibinti Otsan listed on Guam. On bill 400.
Bill number 400 EC, as substituted by the Committee on General and Omnibus Matters, introduced by L.F. Casper Barr, Mark Forbes, and others. An act to amend section 8141B of Title 4 of the Guam Code annotated pertaining to the scope of the Government of Guam Retirement Fund's attorney position.
Roll call.
Senator Uggan, Senator Brown, Senator Calvo, Senator Benjamin Cruz, Senator Michael Cruz, Speaker Forbes,
Ungan.
Senator Casper Barr, Senator Klitsky, Senator Lohan, Senator Palacios, Senator Respicio, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Mpinko, Senator Wampat.
The vote on bill number 400. Is that what we're doing? Is 400? Yeah, 400. Bill and vote number, the vote on bill number 400 is 12 yeas, 2 excused absences. Bill number 400 has been duly passed by Minibinti Otsan listed on Guam. Bill number 398.
Bill number 398 EC, as substituted by the author and further substituted by the Committee on General and Omnibus Matters and amended on the floor, introduced by L.F. Casper Barr, Mark Forbes, and others.
Just a point of order, Mr. Speaker. On the title of this bill, just to clarify, the legal counsel need to retitle this because it's not the entire centralized procurement regime. I just want to make that notation before we vote on this.
Well, the citation of the change is correct, but what isn't correct is the purpose. But the citation is accurate because it only refers to a 5121E, and that is in fact what's being changed. So the motion would be to change the title to reflect the actual citation in the title, and allow the legal counsel to do that. Any objection to that? Okay, all right. That carries. You want to continue reading? Yeah. Or did you finish reading the title?
No, I just strike out the first 2 lines.
You going to continue reading
An
the
act
title?
to add section 5121E to Title 5 of the Guam Code annotated relative to the Government of Guam Retirement Funds exemption from the centralized procurement regime.
Roll call.
Senator Uggan, Calvo, Senator Benjamin Cruz, Senator Michael Cruz, Speaker Forbes,
I'm good.
Senator Casper Barr, Senator Klitsky, Senator Lohan, Senator Palacios, Senator Respicio, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Ompinko, Senator Wampat.
The vote on substitute bill number 3980C. 12 yeas, 2 excused absences. Substitute bill number 3980C has been duly passed by Unanimity 28 ng lista ng botohan. Substitute bill number 383.
Bill number 383 EC, substituted by Committee on Judiciary, Governmental Operations, and Reorganization, introduced by R. Klitsky and others. An act to amend Title 3, Chapter 1, Section 1103, relative to the definitions of the Board of Canvass and Appeals, BOCA, Bureau of Elections and Administrator of Elections, to revise election rules and regulations, to amend Title 3, Chapter 1, Section 1111B, relative to filing of political parties with the Bureau of Elections, to amend Title 3, Chapter 1, Section 1117, relative to approval of tabulating devices, to amend Title 3, Chapter 2, Section 2101, relative to the composition of the Board of Canvass and Appeals, to amend Title 3, Chapter 2, Section 2102, relative to the position of the Administrator of Elections, to amend Title 3, Chapter 2, Section 2103, relative to duties of the Administrator of Elections, to amend Title 3, Chapter 2, Section 2104, relative to the Election Manual, to amend Title 3, Chapter 2, Section 2105, relative to the provision of election forms, to amend Title 3, Chapter 2, Section 2106, relative to powers of the Board of Canvass and Appeals, to amend Title 3, Chapter 2, Section 2107, relative to candidate placement on ballot, to amend Title 3, Chapter 7, Section 7130, relative to the tabulation of ballots, to add a new Section 7103.1 to Title 3 GCA, Chapter 7, relative to electronic voting machines, to add a new Section 2109 to Title 3, Chapter 2, relative to assignment of employees of the Bureau of Elections, to add a new Section 2110 to Title 3, Chapter 2, relative to the staff of the Bureau of Elections, to add a new subsection K to Title 4, Chapter 4, Section 4101, relative to the duties of the Director of Administration concerning the Bureaus of Elections, to secure office space for the Bureau of Elections, to add a new Section 2110 to Title 3, Chapter 2, relative to transparency of Guam election procedures, to add a new Section 1120 to Title 3, Chapter 1, relative to transferring of authority from the Election Commission and the Executive Director to the Board of Canvass and Appeals and the Administrator of Elections in the Chapter 3-21 in Title 3, to establish the Bureau of Elections as the successor to the Election Commission, to authorize commissioners to serve as members of the Board of Canvass and Appeals, to make various provisions of this act effective upon the filing of a certificate by the Director of Administration and to enact the Guam Election Reform Act of 2007.
I'm just sitting here thinking that perhaps in the standing rules for the 29th Guam Legislature, we could have a 2-paragraph limit on the title of bills. And I want to say happy birthday to all the members who had birthdays during the reading of the title of that last bill there. Roll call.
Senator Uggan, Senator Brown, Senator Calvo, Senator Benjamin Cruz, Senator Michael Cruz, Speaker Forbes,
Again.
Kasparvar, Senator Klitsky, Senator Lujan, Senator Palacios, Senator Respicio, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Umpinko, Senator Wampat, Senator Caldwell, Senator Lujan, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Umpinko, Senator Caldwell, Senator Lujan. Oh, oh, okay. Okay, okay. Senator Caldwell. Senator Lujan. Senator Tenorio. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Umpinko.
Excuse me. The vote on substitute bill number 383, 9 yeas, 3 nays, 2 excused absences. Substitute bill number 383EC has been duly passed by Mina Binti Otsun Guahan. On substitute bill number 232.
And reenact Article 5 of Chapter 51 of Division 2 of Title 10, Guam Code annotated, relative to changing the recycling revolving fund and recycling fees.
Senator Ogden, Senator Brown, Senator Caldwell, Senator Benjamin Cruz, Senator Michael Cruz, Speaker Forbes, Senator Casper Barr, Senator Kitsky, Senator Lujan, Senator Palacios, Senator Respicio, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Umpinko, Senator Wampat, Senator Caldwell, Senator Caldwell, Speaker Forbes, Senator Lujan, Speaker Umpinko, Speaker Forbes, Senator Lujan, Speaker Umpinko, was he answered, no?
Two EC, 9 yeas, 3 nays, 2 excuse absences. Substitute Bill number 2832 EC is been duly passed by Minipentio Solicitor and Gohan. We have exhausted the third reading file. We are now in the area of the agenda called extension of remarks. Senator Tenorio, you're recognized.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, this session is the culmination of many hours, days, months, in fact, 2 years of work. And I rise in brief remarks here, which we rarely actually do, but obviously we have a significant number of our members who will not be returning to these halls. And it's for that reason that I thought that I should briefly explain some of my observations about some of the people who have contributed much to the progress and I think to the policies within our island. The contributions, of course, by those individuals who no longer be here for this 29th Guam Legislature. Starting from the front row, we have, of course, our esteemed former Vice Speaker, Frank Blossagan Jr., and of course the Vice Speaker as well, current Vice Speaker, Joanne M.S. Brown. Going to the next aisle, I'm sorry, a gentleman who's well-studied and of course the former Chief Justice of our land, Benjamin J.F. Cruz, and who's also been very much a major contributor to the dialogue and the discourse in this 28th Guam Legislature. In the next aisle, of course, we have the Lieutenant Governor-elect, Mike Cruz, who will be taking on great responsibilities in the executive branch And then, of course, our parliamentarian, the former Vice Speaker as well, Larry Kasperbar, current Chair on Education. And then further back, we have the gentleman from Jigo, my colleague and townmate, Robert Klitsky. Mr. Speaker, all of these individuals have served with distinction and honor. They have made this hallowed hall something of interest in not just their views and their stances on policies, but they contributed to the public service. And we're very fortunate, I think, as an island, and I think I've been privileged in the last 2 years to work along all of these individuals, in some cases over the last 4 years, the tenure of my being a senator. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that it's an admirable profession to represent your fellow man, to be able to gain his confidence and her confidence, to be able to represent them on this floor. Because it is these individuals who have contributed so much, not only in their own legislation and the resolutions, but also in the questions that have been posed to not just as members of the administration, people within our community, but also questioning ourselves in going through the deliberative process that have made, frankly, many of the bills better. It made many of the resolutions and our stance from a policy standpoint better. Mr. Speaker, these ladies and gentlemen that have worked with us in these last 2 years, their experience, their intellect, in fact, their character cannot be replaced. These are individuals who bring their own unique set of not just the values, of course, but their life experiences, which made, I think, the ultimate cumulative works of this legislature a better product. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to personally, and also not just as a colleague, but personally thank each one of them for the work that they've done. And I hope that all of our island would also extend thank you very much for all of the work that you've done. I tell you, we have some spirited individuals here in this hall, of course, you know. And sometimes it's flowery, and sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's just stressful. But we all go through these difficult moments together, Mr. Speaker. And I think that they've contributed to the island, and they definitely contributed to my betterment here as a senator. And I think that we all benefited by virtue of their service, and I commend them and I wish them well. Those who are looking at going into other public service, or those who are looking at going into the private sector, whatever the case may be, I wish them well. So my colleagues, as we finish this 29th Guam Legislature, I want to tell you that it has been my privilege to work with all of you, those returning and those moving on to a different chapter in your lives. We will be here for you, and I hope you'll always come back and let your thoughts be known in this process called democracy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Have a good night.
Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. Senator Judy Wonpat, do you care to make any closing remarks, Senator Wonpat?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I was in this legislature since the 23rd Guam Legislature, and the 23rd was rather a contentious time, basically, for me as a freshman to this body. And throughout the years, things have actually changed, and I think we've all grown. But the best thing that I can honestly say about my colleagues, and that I like to extend a sincere thank you, gratitude to them, primarily because it is through their character, their personality, their tenacity, devotion, and dedication to making, of course, Guam a better place. But more importantly to me as an individual, I like to say that because of them, they have actually helped me grow as a person. And I think that if individuals in our lives, whether they are friends or family members, can actually contribute towards the making and molding of a character of another individual is admirable. I've learned a lot from them. I've learned to be patient. I've learned to be more tolerant. I've learned to be more accepting. I've learned to work with them. And to me, I think that that's one of the greatest benefits that I can honestly say that I've actually gone through in this particular term. This is probably one of the better terms that I've actually served. And although it's my fourth term, twice I was out, it was a good thing. It's a good thing to be out, and it's and I don't say this in a sense that I want everybody to get out, but I think it's really good to once in a while step aside or step out and then kind of see what it's like, get grounded again, and then come back in. And I think that our colleagues who will be leaving will have that sense of appreciation of what they're able to do, they're able to bring to this body. And I know that there will be some of them, of course, that would eventually come back, and I look forward to them coming back as well. And then there are others who would, I'm sure, continue on, because there is life after the legislature, and I can honestly say that for the 2 terms that I've actually stepped out. But I've just been pleased and honored, of course, to have to work with my colleagues here. I have to honestly say that in the beginning, things weren't always going the way I would like them to happen. But like I said earlier, is that I have learned a lot from them. Some here are close friends, some are relatives, distant relatives, and others are colleagues in another life prior to the legislature. So I'd just like to wish everyone, well in their endeavors, and I know because the island is so small that we will continue to run into each other, but most importantly, I'd like to say to Frank, to Joanne, to BJ, to Mike, to Larry, and to Bob. Thank you very much for your friendship, and I look forward to seeing you again in the outside world of the legislature. So good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to express my feelings and my regarding the departing colleagues who would not be returning with us. It takes time to develop and build a relationship. And so I have to say that my working relationship with each and every one of the departing members of this body has been very good. And we work well. Frank Ogun Jr., I know him well. Justice B.J. Cruz, when I was the Chief Marshal some times ago, since then I knew him. I'm not beginning to refine the working relationship between myself and Senator Brown, and I'm beginning to now enjoy that working relationship to be more and more productive. Senator Casper Bauer, when a senator offers you a chance to co-sponsor a bill, a resolution, I take that to mean a respect toward a colleague, and I accept that, and it builds my confidence. And then, of course, a very good working relationship with the departing senator from Jigo. I work well with him. There's a very healthy respect between the two of us. I say things can only get better, but they chose to, I guess, run for a different office, and by their own choice, they left us. And I'm happy that they have pursued their, a few of them are retiring. and they won't be coming back. But I say to each and every one of them, you have a friend in the 29 Guam Legislature, and that's me. And of course, everybody else that's staying here. I learned a lot. You build my confidence. I'm now more relaxed. I'm now more in tune with things here. You guided me well. I observe what's going on. I learn fast. I am confident things can only get better in the next term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Pinko, Speaker Pinko.
Just very briefly, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to, first of all, thank the people of Guam for putting me in again for 13 terms, and I'm now going on my 14 terms. The words cannot describe in terms of the feelings that I have that the people of Guam have given me the confidence for 26 years and now going to 28. And it's at this time it's very, of course, it really hurts to see many of our colleagues here leaving, like BJ, Frank Algon, my good friend, Senator Brown. We have been together it's just like a daughter to me, but somebody says that maybe we're husband and wife and brothers and sisters. So I have a lot of description in terms of my relationship with Joanne, and that's why I'm going to miss her a lot because, for a number of years she has become sort of a conscience to the legislature, and we know that. And but she's a great lady, very smart, and I think that we're going to really miss her tenacity and her really what this individual like Joanne is to bring forth the best of each and every one of us, and we're gonna miss her. Larry, he's a good friend, and his wife also served with me during the 15 Guam Legislature and 16, and that's Carmen Caspabar. So both husband and wives are here. Senator Carmen Caspabar was here for 2 terms, and of course Larry has been serving here for 5. And so they have really served the people of Guam, both of them. But Larry, you can see the things that he did as far as education. He did a lot, and we have to admit that. That is, since he took over the Committee on Education, there's been a lot of change that have come about, and this change has been revolutionized greatly by more than a square. And the reason is because of the time itself. Before he took over, computer was still sort of starting out, and all of a sudden it's just boom, and now Guam is part of the entire world. And so we have to keep up with all the changes, and I think Larry has done a tremendous job in terms of focusing himself to education as a chairperson. I'm going to greatly miss him too. We have my good friend, Senator Mike Cruz, who is going to be really carrying a lot of heavy burden because he just recently got elected as lieutenant governor with Governor Camacho. And while being a doctor and running for lieutenant governor, I think, he's going to see it that the days ahead and the years ahead are going to be very, very challenging for him, but he can do it. I think he can do it. He's a very compassionate person, and you can see that. And many times it takes a person like that to see, a lot of the problems ahead of you rather than, being hyper and sensitive. Mike is a person that is not really, he's very sensitive and compassionate, but yet at the same time, he is really just and also determined and committed to make sure that what he'll be doing And what he did during this term, you can see that as a public, as a health chairperson, he has done a lot. He really did a lot as far as the hospital is concerned. And I think being a chair is not an easy thing, especially nowadays. But now he's going to be carrying a heavier burden because he's going to be the Lieutenant Governor of Guam. And I just wish him Godspeed and the challenging days ahead. To my friend Bob here, I think Bob, everybody knows that he's there every day on every public hearing. I don't think that any senator really can match his ways because he's very diligent and he's one person that we know that's very frugal. And at the same time, he may look hard, but at the same time, he's a very compassionate person and is always there to try to help each and every one of us. I think that even though sometimes, people sort of hit him, but it's never confrontational at all. And that's what I noticed about Bob. And Bob is a very smart person. And, he helped a lot of us here on the floor in terms of, the wordings, the way that we should amend certain, put a certain language in the bill itself. Because sometimes in English, it's panakilita hit na. As, si Bob, having that legal brain, sort of help in terms of actually carving out any legislation to make it, much better than what we have presented earlier. And so, Bob, I wanted to personally thank you too. Si Zeus Masi. And so, let me see. Did I mention everybody? BJ Cruz. I already mentioned him. BJ and I, some people, we went together as a member of the Commission on War Reparation, but some people say it's war preparation and so many other things. But one thing about him, he's like a brother, but BJ, is it all right if I call you that? Okay, and one thing, he's an individual that looks at things straight, just like a Chief Justice. But at the same time, you see how good a person he is, down to earth, an individual that you can talk to, and even though that he's one person that I think this is how I would describe him. He would take his shirt off he would take his shirt off for anybody that asks for it, and you'll give his last penny. I've seen him, do that, and so, this person really is as he is, he's the best in anything that he wants to be. And so, BJ, I'm gonna miss you, and I know you'll be coming back again, right? Okay, well, anyway, si Zeus Masi too for all the help that you have given me and, to my colleague. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish the people of Guam Happy New Year and Godspeed and si Zeus Masi. And, of course, I just want to say that, oh, yes, si Frank Ogden, I'm sorry. Let me just say, Frank is, wow, he always mentioned the fact that he and I sort of have the same style of campaigning. And it's true. Frank is one person, he does not depend only on the media in terms of getting elected, but he goes out. He has, this guy is hard to beat no matter what. And he's, he lost this election, but he's taking it with stride. And I respect him a lot. And he's one person, too, that will never criticize his colleague on anything. He respects everybody on this floor. Ever since I remember him, he never attacked any individual at all. And he's one person that if you ask for help, he'll be there for you. And so, Frank, I want to thank you personally. Godspeed, and to you and your family as well. Si Zeus Masi, Mr. Speaker, and si Zeus Masi to my colleagues for your help. and I'm going to miss every one of you. And of course, to everybody, you know that on this coming Sunday, we'll be having our inaugural mass, right, at Agani Heights at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then our inauguration here Monday at 10 o'clock. Jesus Masi.
Senator Calvo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the culmination of my third term as a senator, and again, I'm moving forward into the 29th Guam Legislature for my fourth term. So I would consider myself middle-aged now as a senator, serving 6 now. Hopefully, I complete the fourth term, 8 years in the legislature. And with that, I can say quite assuredly that this has been the most satisfying and the most enjoyable term that I've spent in office. In the recess, I was exchanging comments with my primo, the minority senator from Agani Heights. And in fact, he was making a joke that, oh man, Senator, or Eddie, you're going to be relieved that a certain senator would be leaving, and I wouldn't have to deal with the comments or the discussions or the dialogue with that senator. And then I kind of laughed and I said, no. And I actually I didn't tell him I felt this was my most enjoyable term and most productive, is because this term, and I'm going to start with the minority, though there has been some spirited discussion and debate, and there has been differences of opinion, and whether it's something that there's a philosophical reason for it, and sometimes it's due to what we are as a two-party system. And obviously, there must be the devil's advocate, and that is what a two-party system is all about. So sometimes in the debate, there may be some agreement, but it is a duty of the minority party to be the devil's advocate. The one thing that stood out in this legislature as opposed to the previous legislatures, and I'm talking both in my dealings with the minority and with my colleagues in the majority, this group, and I made a comment to my primo, in the debate, as spirited as it gone, even when the talk show hosts were egging us on for a good fight in the morning, when both of us haven't drank our coffee yet, there was no maliciousness. I think every one of us deep down believed that the other individual in the body was there to contribute and to make this a better community. And though they had their role, and whether that role was as a devil's advocate because of their opposing parties, or there was deep down a philosophical difference, but I didn't see, there was no maliciousness. I'm hopeful that in the upcoming legislature, there will be the same type of decorum and mutual respect. Senator, and I'm going to go now starting from the front, working in the minority, and I'll try to make it quick, folks. I know it's kind of late. Senator Frank Uggan. This gentleman, aside from being a fellow Father Duenas alumni, I hope he doesn't take this as an insult, but when it comes to philosophy, I said, Frank, you should be a Republican. Maybe because he got his MBA in business. But I shared a lot with him, aside from being a finance chair. But the gentleman and I did share a lot of the same beliefs philosophically in governance and the role of a government. One thing about Frank I noticed, that guy, he is just one nice guy. He's a very popular senator, but he's that type of guy that he's a backslapper. He's a guy that can feel comfortable in a legislative hall or at a fiesta. He's a nice guy. Senator B.J. Cruz. Senator Cruz, I really enjoyed our dialogue and our debate. We voted for some of our legislation. I voted for some of yours. You voted for some of mine. And we've also had our differences of opinion. But he's a very intelligent man. Again, he's had experience in the other branch of government, the third branch. And he's been in a position as a lawyer and as a judge that his perspective in the debate and in the dialogue within this body has been so productive. And of course, everyone realizes that he has contributed much when it came to some of the issues dealing with the finances and budget of this government. And he was sincere, and he did put a lot of positive input in the debate as we went through the budget process. And I respect the gentleman. I wish him the best of luck. Both him and Senator Uggan, they both are leaving this body, and it was because of a desire for both of them to serve the people of Guam in another capacity, in a capacity of administering the day-to-day operations of the government of Guam. They're both good gentlemen, and you never know. Where both of them, we may see them here back in whether it's a legislature or some other office in the future. Hopefully the way future. That's just a joke. just a joke. No, I think that both Senator Uggan and Senator Cruz, and whether it's in the public sector or in the private sector, will be indeed a tremendous asset and benefit to this community. Have I ran out of minority? Now majority. Oh, my prima. The senator from Ordon, the vice speaker. You know, my first term in office, when I first met her, I was almost stunned with awe and fear. I had a woman of the same party. And yes, I'm a little bit to the right. And yes, my prima's a little bit to the left. So when we first met in the 25th Guam Legislature, I think there was a lot of, and I think it had a lot to do with us not knowing each other. And because philosophically we have certain differences of opinion on things, there may have been a bit of mistrust or just misunderstanding. But I can tell you, as the years have gone on and my prima's gotten to know me and I've gotten to know her, I consider her a true friend. You may not always believe in things philosophically, but you know that person is sincere in what they stand for. And she's a great lady. She's served in the administration. She served in the legislature, and gosh, I'm not too sure what she's going to be doing next, but I know it has something to do with serving the people of Guam. But with her, aside from knowing that she was a woman that stood by her beliefs and knowing that she was sincere about it, gosh, she was tough. She is probably the toughest person I had to have the honor of knowing in the legislature. And thank goodness our disagreements were strictly verbal, because I don't know, she might have taken me out if it was physical. She's a tough woman. Senator Larry Kasperbauer, the senior parliamentarian, when he saw this in the 25th Guam Legislature, remember there was an article, these new young senators, and they call us, I don't know, young guns. And I was a bit brash and temperamental. And coming into this legislature, there may have been some, and whether it, because the gentleman didn't know me, obviously you see this brash young fella, he would maybe not have been so generous in his giving of advice or allowing for institutional knowledge to be, how would you say, to be passed on to this young freshman. And I remember because I didn't read the Mason's rules or the Roberts rules, and that first session, boy, the good senior senator, or the senator from the minority, former speaker, he's going to be coming back, great gentleman, knowing full well that I was a rookie, started doing a lot of these procedural moves. And thank goodness for my colleague who was sitting right next to me, because for some reason he seems to have all Mason's rules written down in paper, and he provided me some of those, the instruction manual, so I was able to move my way through some of the procedural matters of the legislature. He didn't have to do it; he just did it, just because he saw this fella that needed a lot of help in knowing the protocols and procedures within the legislature. And one thing I also learned from the parliamentarian is some of that sharp brashness that I had, and always wanting to do things and doing things yesterday. I learned from him to take a deep breath, and I can also thank my senior senator and my partner in the last a few years ago the gubernatorial campaign for both of them, but from Senator Kasperbauer as well, learning to take a deep breath, going with the flow, and as things are getting kind of crazy, just taking it all back and focusing on being productive. And I learned to temper my enthusiasm without losing my objective, but kind of becoming a more moderate and deliberate fellow in terms of my personality. Thank you so much, my parliamentarian colleague. I look forward to seeing you again. I know you'll be also providing services to the people of Guam once you're doing also your job functions as an individual in the Honeydew Club. I'm a member of the Honeydew Club as well. Ask Senator Carmen Kasperbauer. She knows exactly what the Honeydew Club is. Or ask my wife. I'm a member of that same club as well as she. Senator Michael Cruz, Lieutenant Governor Mike Cruz. It's only too bad that I only had to get to know him for one term. Here's a man that has been a doctor and has served in the National Guard and Reserves as a war veteran. Has gone to Iraq, so he served our people, both in a sense of our nation as well as the people of Guam. I wish I had a chance to work with him longer, because what I saw from Mike is sincerity and a passion for doing good for the people. And somehow he was able to juggle his job as a doctor as well as coming over here and performing his roles as a senator. And I know he'll do a great and commendable job as Lieutenant Governor of Guam. One more to go. Senator Bob Klitsky. Senator Bob Klitsky. I'm 5'7.5", but every time I was next to Bob Klitsky, I sure felt like 3'11". Bob, Daniel Boone was a man with a big. Bob Klitsky is a big man. Bob Klitsky, and again, I've had the honor of working with this fine gentleman. He has been there, he's done that. He served in every role and any role in his 110 years of existence in this world, in both the public sector and the private sector. Bob Klitsky, and they don't have a perfect attendance award. I never won the perfect attendance award. But if there was one senator that won the perfect attendance award for my committee hearings, was Senator Bob Klitsky and his dinga, Adolfo Palacios. They never missed a hearing. I don't think they've ever missed a session. And I take my hat to him, because when it came to all the hearings that I've had as a chairman of the Committee of Finance and Taxation, he was there for every one of them, and no matter what the bill was, he was on top of it. And he lent his expertise in regards to his opinions on certain bills, and he gave some great stolid advice that allowed for bills to be worked on committee and to improve so the product was better after the committee had finished in regards to making whatever substitutes or amendments were required. And obviously the gentleman, he ran a unique office. Anyone who's been to Senator Klitsky's office, you're greeted by, as you walk into the door, by a camera. He has managed to bring the word efficiency to a higher level, and it's a message for all of us. Senator Klitsky has contributed to this body. He's contributed to this committee, and my committee. I'm so glad to have had him as a member of this body and my committee. A lot of what we did had a lot to do with the advice, and again the deliberateness and the calm attitude. I don't think I've ever seen Bob lose his temper. Well, he for a Marine, he just broke down every conception I thought originally of what a Marine is. The man is a kind and decent man who was able to disagree with you, but disagree with you with graciousness. I'm going to mention Lou, Senator Leon Guerrero. She didn't complete the term with us, but my prima, that woman, is between her and Joanne Brown for toughness. But have you noticed, to my colleagues, how tough the women in Guam are? I had the honor and the pleasure of working with Senator Leon Guerrero. Unfortunately, she could not complete her term with us, but my prima has done a commendable job as a senator, and I think she's doing a terrific job now serving as a chief executive, chairman of the board of one of our island's largest financial business institutions, the Bank of Guam. But there's something about the women of Guam. They are, and they make great leaders. I take my hats out to Senator Brown, Senator Wampat. She's not leaving, but I can't say she's a tough woman, but she does it. But with a little bit of her Buddhist philosophy, she does it without raising her voice. But she's another tough woman. But I'm glad that she'll be working with us in the next legislature. I think that completes it. I took too much time, but I just want to thank the people of Guam. I look forward to working with my colleagues that are currently in the legislature that will be moving on to the 29th Guam legislature. We've got a lot of young blood that will be coming in and fresh blood from both the majority and minority. So I'm anticipating some good work ahead. So to the people of Guam, to my colleagues, to those that are leaving, to those that I will be working with in the next legislature, Godspeed, God bless you, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Respicio?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're at the point in our term here in the 28th Guam Legislature, particularly in our last session, and before this body adjourns sine die, we're in brief extension of remarks. And I'm very happy to hear senator after senator get up and give accolades and best wishes to those that are going on in either their professional or personal lives. And what this demonstrates to me and to the people of Guam, I'm sure that are watching, is that although there are many issues that come before this body, as controversial some and not so controversial as others, many of us have strong opinions one way or the other. But at the end of the day, at the end of every session, we leave this hall holding hands, embracing each other, knowing that it's never been personal. And I also appreciate the comments of the retiring speaker where he said he's enjoyed himself these last 2 years, because I can assure him that that's the best is yet to come. And I'm very happy that he enjoys this. We all actually enjoy this because none of us take anything that we do or say personally, and we do it in the most diplomatic way possible. And as we speak briefly about each of the senators that are leaving, I want to begin by saying how honored I feel to have worked with our Vice Speaker, Senator Joanne Brown. Not only have I had the opportunity to serve with her in the legislature, Senator Wampat, Senator Brown, and myself are the legislature's representative to APIL. And APIL is the Association of Pacific Island Legislatures. It consists of senators from Guam, CNMI, FSM, Palau, and American Samoa, and the other islands. And I think when the retired speaker talked about the toughness in this woman who serves us as the Vice Speaker, I just wish that he was there with us in APIL, where when you see Senator Brown outside of the Guam Legislature, I want to be the first to tell the people of Guam that she's really represented not only the Guam Legislature, but the essence of Guam and her people very well. You ought to see, Mr. Speaker, how much the other senators from the other islands hold this woman in high regard. She was a past president of the APIL, and every trip that we attended, she really just carries herself very well. And the last trip we had in Palau, when she gave her farewell speech, it kind of brought tears to my eyes, because it was the first reality that she won't be here in the next legislature. But as we talk about all the people that are not going to be here, I bet you more than anything, come Monday morning and the days after that, they're going to be around. They're going to be around to help us figure out the huge financial mess that we're currently experiencing. I know that this legislature is, with the leadership of Senator Calvo, is going to work with the incoming administration, Governor Camacho, and now our colleague who's going to ad-lib to be the lieutenant governor. We're going to figure out how we can comply with the consent decree with respect to the closure of Ordot Dump and the new opening of a new landfill. And there's other issues, Mr. Speaker. So, I wanted to say that as we wish our colleagues well, in our inaugural mass, I'm going to be praying that they continue to stay close by and help us move this island forward. And I bet you more than anything, they may not be here, but they certainly can be continue to be a contributing factor in the legislative process and in all that we have to do. And so, mark my words, although we adjourn Senate Die, we have our inauguration Monday, we're going to see Senator Frank Uggan very close to us still. We're going to see retired Chief Justice Senator B.J. Cruz very close and helping us still. We're going to see our Vice Speaker very close with us and helping us get through all the environmental problems that we're currently experiencing. We're going to see Dr. Kasabauer continue to help us with the Guam public school system and figure out how the Guam Education Policy Board can have the authority to do what they need to do. No pun intended, Dr. Kasabauer, but I know that you continue to help us. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, a gentleman that I'd like to see stay very close and help us is my neighbor to my right. And if there's anything that he's going to remember from what I've just said, I just want him to remember that I live in Agana Heights and no longer in Chalampago. He just can't. I seem to have moved on from Chalampago to Agana Heights, but he's still stuck at that point in my life when in my first term I was the senator from Chalampago. Now I'm the senator from Agana Heights, and he still refers to me as the senator from Chalampago. So everything, when he makes that reference, for those that are watching TV, probably think it's our good friend Senator Palacios or Senator Brown that he's referring to. More also, Mr. Speaker, specifically, I also want to give some assurances to our incoming Lieutenant Governor that we're going to do everything we can to work together to solve the problems that we need to solve. And so thank you so much for this opportunity. Before I get emotional, what's going to get me excited about the next term is the fact that our good friends that may be leaving us are still going to be very close by to help us with all the issues of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Speaker Forbes?
I'm going to do this just so I don't mess up because it's midnight already, and at my age, the late hours start to wear on your mental faculties. But although he's not here right now, I have to say that I would be remiss if I did not speak initially about Senator Uggan. Frank has been a member of the legislature for quite some time now, and in that time, he and I believe, have grown to be pretty fast friends. And I'm really going to miss Frank in this legislature, if nothing for the simple reason that I have never known anyone so creative in his use of conjunctions in sentences. It was always a treat to listen to Senator Uggan extend a single sentence for 6 or 7 paragraphs with the use of the occasional maybe, the occasional perhaps, the occasional on one hand, on the other hand, and the many times that he would be remiss if he did not mention that da-da-da-da-da. I also appreciated Senator Uggan's rock-solid stances that he took on many of the issues that confronted us during the time that he was here. I learned a lot from Frank, I really did, and I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss Frank a lot on a very personal level. You know, he and I were buddies here, and I'm going to be sad to not have him in the 29th Guam Legislature because he's been something of a fixture of at least a significant portion of the time that I've been a member of this body. And this is true. I do remember that in my first term in the 23rd Guam Legislature, Frank, who was then the Director of Commerce, if I remember correctly, used to come down here to testify at a variety of public hearings. And even then I knew when he was giving that testimony that he was a born politician because no senator could ever trap him. No senator could ever, put him on the hook. He just had that way, that confidence, that ability to handle virtually any circumstance when he was a director and confronting the legislature. And I remember once walking up to him and saying, "Are you going to run, man? Because, you're a natural. You're going to do very well." And sure enough, he did run, and he's always done very well. And earlier tonight, I even offered him a position on my staff, which unfortunately he declined. I was hoping to get some of those Manyangan votes, but I don't know. But I'm sure that whatever Frank does over the next couple of years, he's going to succeed at. I'm also certain that Frank will be rejoining the legislature at some point in the very near future. So, to the extent that we're all going to miss him, we only have to miss him for a while. And knowing Frank, all we have to do is go to whatever mate we go to on a Saturday, whatever fandango we go to on any day, whatever function we go to at any time. I'm sure we'll see Frank there. So we're all going to have the opportunity to talk to Frank quite a bit. But Frank's not here right now because he's dealing with some stuff that he has to deal with. But Frank, sincerely, I think you've been a good senator. I think you've been a great colleague, and I'm saddened by the fact that you won't be here. And I look forward to continuing and maintaining that relationship. Which brings me to the person sitting next to Frank, and that is, of course, Senator B.J. Cruz. Now, I have to be very careful about this particular portion of my comments because God forbid that in 4 years there be an advertisement that appears in some political campaign where suddenly I am sort of endorsing him for some office because I'm saying nice things about him now. But that's a risk I'm willing to take as long as I put a lot of provisos in everything I say to make sure that it's useless for TV editing. Well, I won't say that either. But I want you to know something. First off, I heard a comment that my good friend Senator Eddie Calvo made about Senator Uggan that he should be a Republican. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that Senator B.J. Cruz ought to be. And I'm saying that to probably one of the strongest Democrats in the room, but if you take a look at the positions that Senator B.J. Cruz has taken on all the issues, he's more right-wing than I am half the time on a lot of things. He's a real strong law and order guy. He's very, very, very strong on those issues, and though he'll deny it, and God knows he should, I've more than once walked up to him and said, I'm amazed at the position you're taking on this particular issue. I mean, you're on the right of Bob Klitsky on this issue. And he goes, no, that's just how I feel. It's because I was a judge and da-da-da-da-da-da. And I said, okay. And, you know, upon reflection, I came to realize that, you know, there was a valuable lesson in that little thing, which is, you know, we really oughtn't get so hung up on partisan labels as much as we do. You know, this whole business of left-wing, right-wing, Republican, Democrat, you know, is often far less descriptive than it is truly descriptive. The only way to describe people is first to know them, and when you get to know them, you realize that all of us, and I'm not talking about just people in this legislature, are complex, and we have opinions and we have attitudes that are shaped by many different things in our lives and in our experience. And when you label people, however you label them, you're always selling them short. And BJ is a very good illustration of that, because he is indeed a Renaissance man. He is indeed a person who has a multiplicity and a variety of views. And he's been a very good person to have in this legislature. He truly has been, because he's brought a wealth of experience. Sometimes he's impatient with the process, but who isn't? But he's brought a wealth of experience and a lot of good insight. And I think that's something that is going to be a loss to us in the 29th Guam Legislature, is the incisiveness of mind and the incredible fashion sense that BJ has brought to this legislature is going to also be a problem. And I am sorry to see you go, BJ. I've really enjoyed the last 2 years serving with you here. I really have. And I'm sorry to see you go. Now, the person sitting next to him, on the other hand, the Vice Speaker, Senator Joanne Brown, she's a great gal, but, you know, she suffers from a few problems. The biggest one is that she's so quiet. You know, I mean, Joanne just won't get up and talk. I mean, she's been in the legislature 12 years. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, how often have you heard her stand up and speak before this body? 1 or 2 times max. Then it's only for 10 seconds, and it's in this quiet voice. I have just never heard any strong emotional content in anything Joanne Brown says. And I just think that if she had just put a little bit more spunk and spirit, you know, and just got a little bit more loud, you know, I think it would have helped. But you know, we need quiet people too. And you know, the void of silent and contemplative and deliberate and slow speech, that void in the next legislature is going to be seriously felt. Obviously, I'm kidding. Joanne bears a record, and I had this verified by having audio count the last 6 legislative terms of audio and videotapes from session. She holds the record for the number of words spoken in this hall, and in the shortest amount of time. I know that one of the reasons why I fought so hard to bring Mike Cruz into this legislature 2 years ago was because I thought we needed to have a doctor here to examine the medical phenomenon of how someone can speak so long without taking a breath. He was mystified, and that's why he ran for lieutenant governor, because he said, I can't solve this problem, Mark. I just don't know how it's possible for someone to speak for so long without taking a breath. I'm licked. I'm running for lieutenant governor. And so he went and did that. Joanne and I have known each other for a very long time. We go back to what I like to refer to as Itiempun Adat, the Adat days, the days up at Adat Loop, when Joe Adat was governor of Guam, those 8 golden years, those Maulik years, when Joe Adat and Frank Blas were governor and lieutenant governor of Guam. I served for the entirety of that 8 years working with Governor Adat and Lieutenant Governor Frank Blas. A couple years into the administration, this young girl who was just out of the University of Hawaii showed up, hat in hand, looking for a job. The governor took pity on her and employed her, and she's been with us ever since. She served in the governor's office with distinction, and in the beginning of the 2nd term of Governor Adat's second term as governor, he placed her as the deputy administrator at the Environmental Protection Agency, where Joanne did serve with distinction, and that's the reason why she got elected to the 23rd Guam Legislature and to every legislature that she's run for. She's retiring after 6 terms undefeated, having defended her title, her belt in the ring 6 times, and she's done it very well. And she joins the ranks of Joe Louis and Rocky Marciano and several other great boxers in making sure that she kept that title undefeated. Joanne, as the person who's probably known you the longest in this legislature, I want you to know that I'm very much going to miss your presence in the hall. And I'm sorry that you're leaving, and I'm sorry they won't be able to hear you give those short, concise speeches that you have given so often in this legislature. I'm really sorry to see you go. Then we have the exact opposite of Vice Speaker Brown, who is always very, very, very deliberate and quiet. We have the firebrand of many legislatures, Senator Larry Kasper-Bauer. I tell you, Senator Kasper-Bauer has been proof of that adage that although there may be snow on the roof, there's a fire raging in the furnace, because he, on every occasion and with every issue, has been almost unstoppable in his zeal and his passion in dealing with those issues. I swear, half the time we have to take Senator Kasper out in the hall, calm him down, douse him with cold water, say, Senator Kasper, please, I know you're very excited, but just contain the enthusiasm, curb it, please, because, we've got to get through this. And he does, finally he just brings it down. And, my friend Senator Calvo was talking about how Larry helped make him a more calm senator. Well, I don't know how that's possible, unless he just sucked it out of you and just, made sure that he had more. I don't know. I am joking again. As Senator Calvo pointed out very clearly, Senator Kasper-Bauer has been a very deliberative force in the Guam legislature, and he's been very much a sober mentality in the Guam legislature, and very much a calming influence in the Guam legislature. And whether you know it or not, I'm going to reveal a secret to everyone here. Senator Kasper-Bauer has a very dry sense of humor. And a lot of times, although you don't realize it, he's cracking one joke after another. He truly is. And he has this very quiet, and this is not a joke, sarcastic, sardonic wit that he employs, like a rapier, like a scalpel in the hands of our good friend Senator Michael Cruz. And he's done that often, and sometimes I think it's so dry that people don't realize he's doing it. But I wanted to know that I have recognized this over the years. You are probably aware, Mr. Speaker, that the relationship I have with Senator Kasper-Bauer transcends our relationship here at the legislature. He is my Ninu. He is married to my Nina, the Senator Carmen Kasper-Bauer that Speaker Pinko referred to. I guess she was dragged out of the cornfields of Iowa where she was going to college and where she met Larry in order to be my Nina when I was born in New York and I was being baptized. Also, his wife is the first cousin of my mother, and so we have a strong family tie and a family relationship. And I know sometimes that my Uncle Larry has felt that I've been disatento in the time that we've served in the legislature, and I just want to say, por favor, Dio, forgive me if I was ever disatento, because I did not mean to be. And I am really, really, really going to be sorry to see my Uncle Larry not be here in the next legislature, because I've gotten very used to his presence. And I kind of almost don't know what it's going to be like to be in a legislature without Senator Kasper-Bauer. It's going to be very difficult for me to get my arms around that. But fortunately, one of the ways that I'll be able to be made to feel better is the realization that the man sitting next to him is going to be down at Adelup, where I hope I'll be able to give him a phone call whenever I'm feeling mahalang for the opportunity to speak to Senator and Dr. Mike Cruz. Now, here's a true thing. Mike Cruz is a guy that I drafted to run for the Guam legislature. And when I say I drafted Mike Cruz to run for the Guam legislature, I don't mean that I said, hey, Mike, you want to run for the legislature? Shoot, let's go. I mean that I had to talk to Mike time and time again. He told me, Mark, I'm a surgeon, I'm a doctor, I don't have the time to do this, I have an obligation to my patients, this is going to be very difficult, Mike, you need to run, you're going to do very well, there's a contribution you can make. Mike, you ought to run. Okay, and then 24 hours later, I've been thinking about it, Mark, and I don't know, da 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 da. I have all these obligations. You have to. And we went through this for weeks. And I don't mind saying this, even though he might get mad at me, and then that's it. He's not going to return my phone call, said Adelup. But, it went so far that a mutual friend of ours had to interrupt him in the middle of a medical, or at least at the start of a medical procedure, to make sure he signed all the forms so we could get the draft going. Because, and I say this story for two reasons. One is to set something else up I'm going to say about Mike, but also to make an advertising pitch that, when you get drafted by Speaker Mark Forbes, you stand a very good chance of being elected Lieutenant Governor of Guam. One term. Drafted the man one term ago, and he is not leaving us because he has retired from the legislature. He's leaving us to take a step up. He's going to be Lieutenant Governor of Guam come Monday, 3 o'clock. Is that when the swearing-in is? Well, actually, he's Lieutenant Governor at midnight, but regardless of the ceremony. But he did this in one term, and he did this, subject to the draft. And so, in a weird way, it's kind of odd if you really think about it, Mike. But had I not gone to the effort of drafting you for senator, you wouldn't be becoming lieutenant governor. You'd still be doing surgery. You wouldn't be becoming lieutenant governor Monday. And I want to say this, Mike. If you enjoy your tenure as lieutenant governor, then I'm willing to accept, your thanks. If on the other hand you don't enjoy being lieutenant governor, blame everybody else, all right? Because I'm not taking any responsibility for that. Of course, I know that Mike is going to enjoy being lieutenant governor, because one of the reasons why he was elected lieutenant governor is because the people of Guam were able to see in a very short period of time, just as I was when I first started talking to Mike and tried to encourage him to run for the legislature, just as all of us who have had the privilege to serve with Mike for the last 2 years have come to realize, is that although, Mike is a still waters kind of guy, he's unflappable, and he doesn't over emote. In his case, still waters truly do run deep, and he has a deep reservoir of skill, talent, and compassion, and desire to make changes that are going to be beneficial to the people of Guam. The same spirit that motivated him to become a healer, the same spirit that motivated him to become a soldier. What war was that, Mike? Was that Iraq, Vietnam, World War II? I don't remember. Korea? Huh? Civil War. All right. I don't remember what, Spanish-American? Okay. I don't remember what war it was that Mike served in. Someone as young as he is, obviously it had to be something that just happened last week, but the same spirit that motivated and moved Mike to offer that service to the people is, I think, the spirit that moves him to do a lot of things. And although he is very cool, he is the James Bond of the Guam Legislature beyond the shadow of a doubt, notwithstanding the fact that I noticed that Senator Calvo is trying to adopt the hairstyle of the most recent James Bond. Is that where you got that? Front comb thing? Yeah, it looks like the new James Bond from Casino Royale. But notwithstanding that fact, the true James Bond of the Guam Legislature has been Senator Mike Cruz, because he's always been cool, and he's always been confident, and he's always been capable. And I think that those qualities, when he takes them to Adelup, are going to serve the people of Guam well. And I hope he will return my phone call and the phone call of all his colleagues. And I know he will, because he's always been a gracious man, and he's always been a dignified man. And although I will miss you in the legislature, Mike, I look forward to what you're going to do for all the people of Guam when you get to Adelup. Okay? And that brings me finally to my dinga, Senator Bob Klitsky. Now, I'm going to tell you a story that you don't know, but it's true. Bob was elected in the 27th Guam Legislature, and I remember he came up to me shortly after his election, because he was, after all, a rookie senator, and he said, Mark, I want to rent about 5,000 square feet of office space up on the very top floor of GCIC that has a beautiful view of the Pacific Ocean, and can you help me with a budget, because I want to maximize the number of staff that I hired?